vision to be a premier university, preparing leaders for the knowledge economy. The university remains committed to responsive, creatively meeting the needs of students, society, and the economy through multiple pathways for excellent education, applied research, innovation, and service in collaboration with stakeholders. Situated in the center of the IMITEC city, the university boasts state-of-the-art facilities to support its teaching and learning, research, and services. To achieve the socio-economic goals set for Namibia in Vision 2030, the university offers 90 under- and postgraduate market-driven qualifications, developed in close collaboration with the industry, national and international partners through its 6 faculties. The Faculty of Computing and Informatics offers bachelor's, bachelor honors, master's, and PhD qualifications in computer sciences and informatics. As one of the oldest faculties on campus, the Faculty of Engineering hosts the Material Testing Institute that provides advanced education through the continuous professional development, applied research, and consultancy in different engineering projects. The Faculty of Health and Applied Sciences provides professional programs aimed at improving public health through diagnosis, patient care and management, emergency medical care, and care for the environment, as well as natural sciences, mathematics, and statistics. The Faculty of Human Sciences consists of the departments of Communication, Languages and Education, and Social Sciences, and offers, amongst others, qualifications in journalism and media technology and criminal justice. The Faculty of Management Sciences is the largest faculty and hosts 2 postgraduate units, the Harold Pupkewitz Graduate School of Business and Namibia's Graduate School of Accounting. The Faculty of Natural Resources and Spatial Sciences impart knowledge and skills in its graduates, required in the sustainable utilization and management of natural resources, contributing to a sustained national economic growth and competitiveness. The faculty's strategies and actions are aligned to ensure they remain relevant to the Namibian nation and the global society through the Integrated Land Management Institute and the Agribusiness and Technology Development Center. The university also hosts the Center for Open and Lifelong Learning, the Cooperation Education Unit, and the Teaching and Learning Unit promoting academic excellence. Research and innovation are supported by the Namibia Business Innovation Institute, the Technology Transfer Office, Innovation Design Lab, and Fab Lab Namibia. Namibia Energy Institute, NEI, a national institute founded by the Ministry of Mines and Energy, hosted at Namibia University of Science and Technology, envisages a sustainable energy supply structure based on widespread use of renewable energy. The Namibia Energy Institute is unique in that it not only is a training and capacity building institution, but also conducts research and development. It is becoming increasingly clear that the climate change is an inevitable process. Increasing climatic variability would have serious implications for the supply of food, energy, and water, which forms the basis of a self-sufficient economy. The impact will be amplified through the interconnections and interdependence among these 3 resources, popularly known as the food, energy, water nexus. NUST intends to address the nexus challenge by investigating technology options to address food and livelihood security in both urban and rural contexts, hence looking into substance solutions as part of a mixed livelihood strategy, which requires an integrated model strengthened by indigenous knowledge systems linked to highly competitive technology advancement and adaptation options. Namibia is endowed with natural resources required for renewable energy supplies from the sun, wind, and biomass from invader bush. NUST will continue to contribute to the knowledge pool and clean energy development pathway in order to inform scaling up the use of renewable energy and energy-efficient technologies. NUST will advance the development of decision support software, which will enable clinicians to adhere to best practices research, including research on small wireless biomedical sensors and ultra-wideband radar technology, as well as portable ultrasound technology in support of early detection, treatment, and management of diseases. The Namibia University of Science and Technology is at the forefront of investigating the next decade of operational and commercial reality and logistics. Namibia University of Science and Technology, Research for Impact, the hub of innovation, an institution par excellence.
Good morning and a warm welcome to all in the room this morning, joining us from your respective offices, towns, and also on NAST YouTube. Welcome to the third IMITEC, that is International Multidisciplinary Information Technology and Engineering Conference. This year, the conference is brought to you by the Namibia University of Science and Technology, Faculty of Computing and Informatics, and the Faculty of Engineering. I am your host, Swama Hamunyela from the Faculty of Computing and Informatics. For our conference, our technical sponsors are the IEEE Computer Society and the IEEE Technical Committee on Data Engineering. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this event. And this morning, our program is packed with lots of insightful and mind-intriguing speeches from various speakers from the academia, industry captains. Please sit and relax while we listen to these speeches. And between 9 o'clock and 10:35, we will hear from them. Without further ado, join me in welcoming Professor Fungai Bonushava to deliver a welcoming speech on behalf of our acting Vice Chancellor, Dr. Andrew Nikondo. Professor Shava.
Thank you, Director of Ceremonies. Good morning to you all. It is an honor indeed for me this morning to be delivering the welcoming remarks on behalf of our Vice Chancellor, Acting Vice Chancellor, Dr. Andrew Nikondo, who is also the substantive Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs. The University of Namibia would like to give you a warm welcome to our virtual third International Multidisciplinary Information Technology and Engineering Conference, IMITEC. And the conference is themed Imagining the Future. So I believe we are going to be imagining the future today. Director of Ceremonies, Dr. Swama Amnyela, the Acting Associate Dean, Research and Innovation, Faculty of Computing and Informatics, Professor Chandra Mall, from the Stevens Institute of Technology, United States of America, Professor Hannes van der Walt, the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering at NAST, Dr. Colin Stanley, the Acting Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research, Innovation and Partnerships at NAST, Dr. Ed Moch Kohora, the third IMITEC Conference Organizing Chair, Dr. Samuel Akintola, the third IMITEC Technical Committee's Chair, the IMITEC Organizing Committee and sponsors, distinguished captains of industry, distinguished guests and speakers, members of the diplomatic corps, and media, all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. It is an enormous pleasure to welcome you here this morning in the opening of the third event of the conference series, the IMITEC. This time, the conference is organized by NAST, Namibia University of Science and Technology's Faculty of Computing and Informatics, in partnership with the Faculty of Engineering, in association with the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, IEEE Computer Society. Allow me to virtually welcome all the distinguished speakers and participants as featured on the program. We virtually welcome Professor Chandra Moli, Dr. Stanley Shanapinda, Mr. Gary Strobel, the CEO of Feature Media Namibia, Professor Mira Joseph from IEEE Computer Society South Africa, as our inaugural keynote speakers to the conferences for day 1, day 2, and day 3, respectively. It is pleasing to note that the agenda of this conference covers a wide range of interesting topics related to the theoretical and practical aspects of artificial intelligence, data science, information communication technologies and engineering. This 3-day conference event promises to be very busy and productive, with remarks and addresses from highly respected international speakers and key industry partners, renowned academic colleagues, workshops and research paper presentations on cutting-edge technologies will also make part of this days. On behalf of the university, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the third IMITEC organizing committee for their diligent work, in particular to our external committee members who are also present in this conference. Professor Xiang Feng Zhou from Hong Kong University of Science and Technology, who is an IEEE technical committee member on data engineering. Who has actually endorsed our conference, as well as Dr. Colin Chibaya from Sol Plaatje University in South Africa for the advisory role played in ensuring the success of this conference. Distinguished captains of industry, I do not need to underscore the fact that research and development are critical for accelerating economic development in all newly industrializing countries. It is even more critical in the African environment, where currently the culture of research, even less applied research, is minimal. Research has been singled out as a missing link in our institutions, organizations, businesses, and country at large. I call upon you to support research and innovation initiatives through partnerships with academic institutions like ours by actively participating in conferences such as this 2021 third IMITEC conference. Director of Ceremonies. The third IMITEC conference promises to expose participants to the current and recent developments in information communication technologies and engineering through sharing experiences and knowledge. It also promises to provide a platform for academics and industry, a snail to interact and exchange notes on advances in technology within our communities. Furthermore, the conference promises to explore the achievements the society can enjoy from multidisciplinary efforts. And finally, it promises to equip participants with skills and knowledge in data science, statistical thinking, 3D graphic design, and virtual reality through interactive workshops. I would like to wish you a very productive conference with exciting and stimulating discussions and exchange of knowledge and experience, so that together we can anticipate a future of groundbreaking knowledge, research, and technology for our society, and start addressing the need and demand for the fourth industrial revolution as we prepare for the next industrial revolution. Welcome you all, and feel comfortable and feel welcome. I thank you. Over to you, Director of Ceremonies.
Oh, thank you, Professor Shava, and we indeed feel welcome to this conference. Ladies and gents, this is indeed a rich and packed conference program. But to hear more on the program, join me in welcoming Dr. Edmore Chikohora to give an overview of the conference. Dr. Edmore, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Director of Ceremonies, Dr. Mnyela. Thank you, Prof. Punushava, for the welcoming remarks and all protocol observed. Indeed, the 2021 third IMITEC conference seek to promote the exchange of knowledge, practical theory and walkthrough sessions, and sharing of researches done throughout the world. This conference is the third edition, with the first and the second being held at Vaal University of Technology and Sol Plaatje University, both in South Africa respectively. This conference, ladies and gentlemen, is spread over 3 days, and it goes as follows. On day one, which is today, Tuesday the 23rd, we have 3 workshops lined up to offer you the opportunity to participate on trending topics on information technology. And these topics are data visualization using Python, statistical thinking and data science, and 3D design and virtual reality. Day 2 and 3, which is Wednesday, the 24th, and Thursday, the 25th of November, we've got paper presentations by different authors in different virtual rooms that will be communicated to you in due course. But before that, we've got distinguished keynote speakers as alluded in the welcoming remarks on each day to groundbreak the day's activities. I can assure you that all the papers that will be presented in this conference went through a double-blind review process and were accepted and recommended by reviewers for presentation in this conference and publication with IEEE Explore Digital Library. Authors, as a way to improve your papers, the conference committee expects you to take note of the feedback provided after each presentation and incorporate it into your papers. For ease of reference to feedback comments, all sessions will be recorded and the recordings will be accessed through the conference website from Tuesday, the 30th of November, 2021. The third IMITEC committee will continue to work on your submissions, and if all goes per our plan, we expect publication of your papers in the first quarter of 2022. Once again, enjoy the conference and stay blessed. I thank you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Edmore. We can't wait to hear from different speakers lined up for this conference. But colleagues, just to begin with the program, let's hear from the keynote speaker. The keynote speaker for this event is Professor Rajaratnam Chandramouli. He is from the Stevens Institute of Engineering, Department of Electrical Computer Engineering. Professor Rajaratnam is a researcher in cognitive radio networks, text mining, social media, data modeling, and analytics, as well as experimental system building and deployment. Professor Rajaratnam Chandramouli is a founding editor of the IEEE Journal and Selected Area in Communication, Cognitive Radio series. He is also a founding advisor for the Journal of Cybersecurity and Mobility. He is an adjunct professor at the India Institute of Technology. Amongst many awards that Professor Rajaratnam Chandramouli holds, he also has patents and inventions. Two of the patents that he is currently holding, one is the method and apparatus for dynamic spectrum access, the data hiding based methods and advertisement. He awaits the psycholinguistic statistical deception detection from text content, and also a system and methods for automatically detecting deception in human communication expressed in digital form patents. The last patent he awaits is automatic detection of deception in short and multilingual electronic message. Ladies and gents, help me welcome Professor Rajaratnam Chandramouli from the Stevens Institute of Engineering, USA.
Good morning. My name is Mauli, and I'm a professor at Stevens Institute, and also the founder and CEO of Spectrum. Today, I'm going to talk about edge computing over heterogeneous mobile wireless networks, a few use cases, and the research problems. So there are several applications like AR, VR, oil and natural gas, self-driving cars, and video surveillance. So these video applications require different latencies and throughputs. For example, self-driving car, the expected latency for decision making is less than 1 millisecond, and it could a car can generate data at the rate of 12 gigabits per second. The issue then becomes how do we do video analytics? How do we run all these computations under a resource constrained environment? Here is an architecture that we've been looking at. So we have all these devices that generate a lot of data, video data. It could be drones, it could be video cameras, buses, self-driving cars. Then you would like to do video analytics on the edge. In the next slide, I'll explain what we mean by that. But for now, edge could mean doing on-device computations. For example, you run video analytics on the drone itself. The other option is we could offload the computations to a cloud server. If a decision is made to offload video analytics to a cloud server, then the issue becomes which of these, in this example, 3 available wireless networks must be used to offload the computations. Do we use 5G, 4G, or Wi-Fi? Let me move to slide mode. So here is an example architecture for public safety video analytics. So here we have device edge, which could be a body-worn camera. A police officer may be wearing a camera. It could be a camera in a police cruiser. It could be surveillance video or a drone video, as an example. So we could be, so we may want to run computations on the device, or what's called network or access edge means there could be computational resources available co-located with base stations or Wi-Fi access points. The video that is then streamed to these through these base stations, the computations can be run along with the base stations to minimize latency again. The third option is the video analytics computations, AI machine learning algorithms could be offloaded to an aggregation edge. In this case, could be a data center of the public safety organization, or a decision may be made to offload video analytics to the cloud data center. It could be an AWS service, as an example. The issue then becomes, the research problem then is, how do we make the decisions as to where these computations must be scheduled, and how do we go about doing it? So what we are showing here is a cognitive multi-axis edge computing controller that takes measurements and in real time makes all the decisions about where to run these computations, either device edge, network edge, aggregation edge, or the cloud data center. Some of the issues that we have to take into account include, how do we do this dynamic distributed computations dynamically over multiple edge nodes or the cloud? What are some of the metrics to decide whether we want to run the computations on the edge or on the cloud? Of course, we need algorithms that can automatically make the decisions. It cannot be done manually or policy-based. Some of the issues that may occur include time-varying computational resources. For example, if there is a CPU that's co-located with a base station, the resources that the memory, CPU load, GPU load could vary significantly with time, because it really depends on how many video cameras are streaming their video to that specific computational node. So a typical strategy is to do lightweight video analytics on the device edge, because typically device edges are not very powerful, and you might want to do heavyweight computations on the cloud. So the trade-off is, of course, latency. If you're doing computations on the edge, then it's low latency, but very lightweight video analytics, but the computations are done on the cloud. We have higher latency, but we could do much significantly better video analytics. So that's a trade-off that we need to consider. So some other metrics that we may want to consider for offloading computations include the time varying mobile network bandwidth as well as latency. So depending on the rate at the speed at which a car is driving, the connectivity could change significantly, and that affects the latency and the network bandwidth. That needs to be taken into account. Application awareness is also a key strategy that needs to be accounted for when we do this dynamic computations across multiple edges and the cloud. So one strategy that we could use is what's called region of interest video filtering for reducing bandwidth. So in this example, we have a picture or a video frame. Instead of sending the entire video frame, we could identify just the face, because that is the region of interest, and transmit only the face rather than the entire video frame. As you see on the left side, the blue curve shows the bandwidth that's consumed if the entire video stream, whereas if we do this sort of a region of interest filtering, then the bandwidth can be significantly reduced. In this example, there is a 3x reduction of the required video data if we do edge filtering. So this is a software-defined network router that we've been developing for the last couple of years. Now, this has multiple cellular backhaul networks, so we could connect this to multiple 4G mobile operators or a 4G and a 5G mobile operator. It also has dual band Wi-Fi for access and an integrated video management system to store and process video locally. The first use case for this technology or this R&D is the Boston Marathon. So in this use case, what we did was we connected this edge computing router, HetNet router, to a video camera, which is on the side of a street. And the camera was streaming video. Then this edge computing HetNet router was able to store that locally, process it, and then using one of two links, it was able to transmit that video to a data center for more fine-grained video analytics. So here is an example, one video frame of this application. So we see the video, the marathon runners, and when they are within the field of view of the camera, there's a lot of video activity, high bandwidth. When they are not, then the bandwidth, of course, goes down. So this can also be used. This metadata can also be used to do what's called predictive video analytics and AI. So clearly, technologies like this has a very practical use case for public safety, and they really like this sort of an approach. The second use case is providing Wi-Fi on trains, as well as providing video security on moving trains. In this case, we deployed this on a moving train in India. The router was able to connect to 4 different mobile operators, and then it was able to do video analytics and local storage and reliable Wi-Fi connectivity as well. So using this technology, what we see here is on the left side is the cognitive radio technology, which is Sci-Fi 200. Blue means there is more than 5 megabits per second data rate. Red means less than 5 Mbps data rate. What we see is this sort of a dynamic, smarter HetNet is able to provide higher data rate for much longer periods of time, or the route of this train compared to what the other mobile operators were able to provide. And the last use case is low-cost, long-range rural wireless broadband in the unlicensed band, so the ISM band. So we deployed this in collaboration with the University of Pretoria in South Africa. In this example, what we did was we deployed 2 long-range radios operating the ISM band. One was 2.4 gigahertz, other was 5.8 gigahertz. So there's no license needed. We could just deploy this as long as it's within the power and power constraints from the regulator. In this case, happened to be ICASA. So we deployed our router on one side, and then the server on at the University of Pretoria. And the wireless connectivity, the internet backhaul was at the University of Pretoria. And by using the sort of a sensing and switching technology that we developed, we are able to provide high-speed connectivity to the school, which is about 10 kilometers away. So internet was from University of Pretoria, and the school was able to get low-cost internet connectivity. In fact, this was the very first time this specific school ever got internet connection with this technology. So here are some measurement results. What we see here is the red is what this technology is able to provide, and the green measurements are just one 5.8 gigahertz band, and the blue is just a 2.4 gigahertz band. So by using multiple ISM bands, we're able to provide more reliable and high bandwidth connectivity in Africa, in South Africa in this example. So here are some pictures. So these are the dish antennas that were deployed, and this was the router.
Was this a recording?
Yes, it's a recording, and it seems it's stuck somewhere here.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Technology is indeed challenging us now and then. In the room full of tech experts, let's just wait for a few seconds for Dr. Ackley while he's fixing that minor challenge. We will be back and continue with the video. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mauli. I'm a professor at Stevens Institute and also founder and CEO of Spectron. Today I'm going to talk about edge computing.
Yes, I'm back. While we're still waiting on Dr. Gamandani to fix the video, I want to continue the program because time is indeed not on our side this morning. We have 1 hour to cover a number of speeches. I want to move on to the next speaker, who is going to give us some remarks. This is a renowned personnel in the ICT, Namibian ICT industry. I am talking about Dr. Stanley Shanapinda, the Chief Executive Officer at Telecom Namibia. Dr. Shanapinda holds a PhD in computer science from the University of New South Wales, Australia. He specialized in cybersecurity and telecommunication, policy, law, and regulations. Prior to that, Dr. Shanapinda was a research fellow at the University of La Trobe in Melbourne. He researched and taught cyber risk management and compliance and cybersecurity governance. Dr. Shanapinda was also a research fellow at the University of Wits in South Africa, where he also researched and examined students in various programs. To mention ICT Ecosystem Policy and Practice Program, the Digital Transformation and Innovation Program, the Cyber Security Program, and Master of Arts in ICT Policy and Regulations. Dr. Shanapinda holds a master's in ICT policy and regulation from the University of Wits, as well as a B Juris and an LLB from University of Namibia. Among others, Dr. Shanapinda is passionate about the digital economy, digital transformation, cybersecurity, economic policy and regulation issues regarding telecommunication, cybersecurity, privacy, and digital services. He enjoys sports. He ran, he's a tennis player, and he's also a swimmer. If you ask me, before last night when I took time to read his LinkedIn profile, I will tell you that I grew up watching Dr. Shanapinda as a TV personality. He is a great communicator and a strategist. So ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome on the podium, Dr. Stanley Shanapinda. Good morning, Doc.
Good morning, everyone. Can you all hear me? Thank you, Swama, for that invitation and that introduction. Can you all hear me loud and clear?
Yes. Yes, you are.
Great. Swama, I've mailed you my presentation. Are you able to show that?
No, my apologies. I don't have it right now.
Okay, it's in the chat on Zoom.
On Zoom, may I ask my colleague, Dr. Atley, if you can open
or I can share my screen. Can everyone see my screen? I'll just
not yet. We can see
not yet.
Screen.
Okay, so let's do this. So view. I'll just get in there now. Okay, is everyone able to see it now?
Yes, starting.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for the introduction and good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to chat to you today on the following topic, and I was very excited for the invitation. I'll just open up my remarks here. So thanks very much. I'm so excited to be part of IMITEC 2021. I want to say thanks to Dr. Colin Stanley, the Acting Vice Chancellor for Research and Innovation and Partnerships, that invited me. My name is Stanley and I'm the CEO of Telecom Namibia, and I want to share with you on the following topic. It is imagining the future of enhanced cyber situational awareness to counter cyber threats in the COVID-19 era and beyond. Now, we've all seen the local and the global headlines, right? We've also read the latest cyber threat reports. Now, I will not go into detail about the local threat landscape. It is very clear. The cyber threat is real, and it is real for Namibia as well. So as Telecom Namibia, we are at the forefront of countering it on the daily. Now, given digital transformation efforts and the move towards the fourth industrial revolution, where anything and everything will be connected to the public internet, the threat surface, like the universe, is ever expanding in scale. These threats are sustained computer-based cyber attacks by the malicious actors targeting IT and IP infrastructure, modern-day information and communication technology assets, exploiting these assets to achieve strategic goals. Malicious cyber activity can take many forms, as you know, and the activity is not always evident immediately and is carried out with a high degree of deniability. Now, given this, the true scale of the threat landscape remains largely unknown and is hard to keep up with as these attacks keep challenging traditional network defenses. Attackers remain unknown for long periods of time, and there is generally no awareness of the cyber intrusion. Such attribution requires proper investigations, the sharing and assessment of credible cyber intelligence, but more importantly, cyber forensic investigations require time and effort. Now, given this dynamic threat landscape, just want to share the presentation here. Now, given this threat landscape, my apologies there. Namibia's overall ability to protect and advance its security interests rely on one crucial aspect. It is how well the cybersecurity expert fully understands the complex, interrelated, evolving threats. Now, one way of gaining that understanding is by means of situational awareness. More specifically, cybersecurity situational awareness, or CSSA, as you can see now on my screen. My apologies, earlier I had my speech on. Now, CSSA can be described as situational awareness that's applied to cybersecurity in a cyber infrastructure environment. The most refined version of cybersecurity situational awareness is about knowing the following: knowing what is happening, who is doing it, and what will happen next. CSSA gives a common operational picture. Cybersecurity situational awareness can be defined as being fully aware of known cyber threats and cyber trends at any given time, but also having the ability to identify previously unknown threats from having aggregated and analyzed traffic, information, communications, content, and metadata from various sources across intermediated devices, equipment, networks, and infrastructure, of which are obtained from private and public individuals and corporations. These include privately or publicly owned and managed water, telecommunications, electricity, transport, manufacturing, research and educational organizations, or even private user devices. Now, to achieve cybersecurity situational awareness, as telcos for us and as ISPs, but also for banks and SMEs, etc., they would have to invest in relevant data capturing and analysis hardware and software capabilities. Now, these will provide the necessary cyber intelligence on which decisions to counter the initial cyber incident will be based on and justified as appropriate, as reasonable, as relevant, and as proportional. Now, the ability to effectively resist and recover from malicious hybrid activities is fundamentally dependent on the capacity to detect, to analyze, and to understand the nature of the activity, all in near real time. So the aim of CSSA is to enhance efficient, fast decision-making in order to achieve the desired objectives. But to be able to carry out this type of cyber defense capability, the 6 elements of CSSA must be integrated. This means being aware of the current situation, which includes network security and the wider cyber influence. Secondly, also an understanding and an awareness of the impact of the attack. Thirdly, how the situations evolve. Fourthly, adversary behavior. And number 5, why and how the current situation is caused. And number 6, the quality and the trustworthiness of the situational awareness information that we rely on. Now, these elements of CSSA can be categorized in 4 layers, as can be seen on the slide in front of you. The first one is perception. Secondly, comprehension. Thirdly, projection. And number 4, resolution. And very important, sharing. Now, let's look at each of these elements. Firstly, perception. The security environment constantly changes. And to gain a meaningful perception of the connected equipment, the state of security must be constantly monitored. Perception includes the gathering of evidence of the various situations and getting the knowledge in the connected cyber infrastructure environment. This evidence is the activity. Perception includes alerts reported by intrusion detection systems, firewall logs, scan reports, as well as the time they occurred. Now, secondly, comprehension. Comprehension is all about analyzing the evidence that has been collected from the monitoring. At the time of correlation and context management level, collected data is aggregated and correlations are drawn, which are then visualized. And the results are the situational patterns that can be used for decision making. Now, thirdly, projection. The projection is about evaluating and then predicting or forecasting the likelihood of future incidents to detect future behavior. The aim is to mitigate future potential threats. This ability is supported and based on the knowledge that has been extracted in the perception stage and the full understanding of the situation. And then resolution number 4. The discovered situation must then be resolved. Resolution is about the countermeasures. It is about the decision taken on how to respond to the cyber threat. And then number 5, sharing. The sharing of CSSA data is a key component. Knowledge gained from the situational awareness must be shared with a critical infrastructure organization by an external party, an external third party, like a managed service provider, for example. So if you've outsourced your cybersecurity risk, be a managed service provider, they must share that information and the reports with you. The organization must also similarly share the knowledge that is necessary to create situational awareness of infrastructure security at a national level with relevant stakeholders. These may be law enforcement, for example, based on legal, operational, and other requirements. Now, the perception and the sharing layers of CSSA are impacted by the lack of a centrally coordinated situational awareness framework that enables perception in the sharing layers of CSSA. And so we have to ask ourselves whether we have centrally coordinated CSA capabilities in place in our individual organizations. At Telecom Namibia, we are gearing ourselves up, introducing truly CSSA capabilities. What is required of us is to develop and introduce a centrally coordinated situational awareness framework that will enhance our responses to cyber threats, starting at the time of perception and of the data to the resolution of the cyber incident and whenever the sharing of the data occurs. Now, this framework can start by introducing positive requirements to assist with CSSA information collection and disclosure. Secondly, the elements of CSSA must be integrated, and it must be integrated holistically across organizational structures and locations, both physical and virtual. And thirdly, the elements of CSSA must be integrated also holistically, but this time across endpoints, both employee endpoints and customer endpoints, especially given remote working during the time of COVID, as we all can see from the international, global, and local headlines, where it's reported that the number of data breaches in 2021 has soared past that of 2020. And it is at the time when we're all working from home most of the time, given COVID. And then number 4, historic and current situational patterns must be aggregated to generate holistic situational patterns. So in conclusion, the true CSSA, an integrated enterprise-based platform is required. I'll repeat that again. For true CSSAA, an integrated enterprise-based platform is required. This will be complex, no doubt, but given the cyber threat trajectory and the progress that has been made with artificial intelligence, this is a step in the right direction. It will help ensure an effective CSSA capability. So with this, I want to thank you for your time, thank you for the invitation, and thank you for listening. And I wish you all fruitful deliberations for the rest of the conference. Thank you, Swama.
Thank you, Dr. Shanapinda. Indeed, a very insightful speech. Thank you for highlighting the importance of integrating a CSSA in organizations and spectrum management, that is. So, ladies and gents, we have to continue with our program. Right after Dr. Shanapinda, then we have to listen to Dr. Michael Sonny from the Faculty of Engineering here at NAST, Department of Mechanical and Marine Engineering. I will allow questions and contribution to the speakers' speeches after the Dr. Sonny's speech, which should end around 9:55 or so. Dr. Sonny, the stage is yours. Please talk to us.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hamionella. Good morning, all protocol observed. My topic of today's discussion is Industry 4.0, a strategic perspective. In Industry 4.0, or the fourth industrial revolution, as it is called, is a new paradigm which has come into modern organizations. It started in the year 2011 in Hanover Fair in Germany, wherein the concept was the technological advances which were happening, could it be integrated in our organizations so that the value or realized by the organization or the value proposed by the organization would be enhanced. So the fundamental thinking in 2011 to 2020, pre-COVID, was using technology to create a digital value creation process, or in business models, we call it as an ecosystem. So it's tried to create a manufacturing to a new heights by integrating cyber and physical systems to meet the goals and objectives of the organization. As we know, industrial revolutions have been driven by technological breakthroughs. And these breakthroughs have given human beings new abilities. And also from organizations, it has also changed the organizational strategies. The first industrial revolution, steam and water power, gave us a hand aid. The second industrial revolution, the electricity power, gave us power aid, and mass customization could be seen in organizations. In the third industrial revolution, by virtue of advances in semiconductors, we got what we call storage capabilities, or it acted as a brain aid. It helped to automate the production processes like computer integrated manufacturing and so on. So what has fourth industrial revolution done? The fourth industrial revolution has given us an instinct aid. By what we, in the olden days, we used to look at a customer and gauge his needs. Now, by virtue of big data and analyzing the big data by using techniques like sentiment analysis, we are in a position to understand his needs better. Not only that, we also have a capability to serve him better by better manufacturing practices. That makes this Industry 4.0 a global phenomenon. Now, most of the countries throughout the world has formed policies for implementing in Industry 4.0 as it has strategic importance. That makes us to realize that is Industry 4.0 only a technological concept? In order to explain it more with respect to the technology used, Industry 4.0, you can think of a potpourri of technologies. Frank, in the year 2019, he classifies technologies based on one aspect, because every industry uses technology because it has to serve the marketplace better. Or in other words, it has to improve their value chain. So the front-end technologies are those technologies which will directly help to improve the value creation process, like smart working, smart manufacturing, smart supply chain, and smart products. And the base technologies are those technologies which will help the front-end technologies in its cause. Then we make us to understand from an organization perspective, what will happen if I implement Industry 4.0. So in industrial engineering and organizational management, we have these three classical theories. And we wanted to bring this theory to explain how it can improve competitive advantage. The first theory talks about resource-based theory. Resources could be tangible, like an organization acquiring a new technology, and intangible, like it could be the organizational patents, skills, organizational learning, innovation, the excellence in planning, organizing, controlling, leading, staffing, etc. Now, just by having these resources, an organization can compete with another organization to create a strategic competitive advantage. Now, why do organizations want to compete? We want to compete so that the market share could be enhanced. But there arises one issue. These technologies could be copied by the rival organizations, and over the time period, the competitive advantage may come down. That led to this concept called as capability theory. Just by having tangible or intangible resources, you won't get a competitive advantage, but rather an interaction of people with the technology and soft systems create a dynamic capability, what Nelson and Winter says, a capability routine, which will create a long-term competitive advantage. And this results in what we call transaction costs. Every unit, when it goes through from the input to the company, to the output to the company, or to the customer, it goes through various transaction costs. And if this cost could be minimized, that also leads to a technological advantage. So we try to summarize here that Industry 4.0 changes two aspects: hardware and the software of the organization. And this interaction of hardware and software of the organization creates the competitive advantage. So in the year 2017 to 18, I was reviewing articles on try to build up what is the the socio-technical perspective, because most of the articles were devoted only on the technical aspects, and very few talked about this interaction of social and technical system. So we define Industry 4.0 as a socio-technical system, which is a joint optimization of human and the technological elements to create a competitive advantage to meet the goals, vision, missions of an organization. From a strategic sense, there are, if you look at any of Industry 4.0 implementation model, whether it is AMI 4.0, 5C architecture, 8C architecture, or so on, it talks about 3 types of integration. First one, the vertical integration, integrating digitally the vertical departments within an organization, so as to create an organization which is agile, which is resilient, which is able to meet the goals, meet the needs of the customer. The second form of integration, it talks about horizontal integration, wherein we integrate all the value partners who are external to the organizations, like a supply chain. And the third one is called as the end-to-end integration, wherein all the phases of the product life cycles are integrated. That means from the birth of the product to the death of the product, we have data being integrated. So what is the advantage for the organization? The advantage for the organization is to create new services which we were unheard of, like GE giving a software, which an aviation software, which is able to track the real life data from the jet engines, and through which on a real-time basis, it is being able to give you a map which will optimize the entire flying process. And it doesn't end here, because if organization now tries to create a value or try to capture the value by creating new business models. So Industry 4.0 success is not only application of technology, but rather application of a technology in a strategic manner to improve the business model so that the new value which is created to the customer could be captured. So from a socio-technical perspective point of view, we proposed this framework for analyzing every integration from these 6 dimensions, from whether it's the impact on the people, on the infrastructure, on the existing technology, processes, culture, and goals. As regards to the action of Industry 4.0, the World Economic Forum, along with companies, consulting companies like PricewaterhouseCoopers, McKinsey, they have come up with this concept of global lighthouse, like how a lighthouse is there for a navigational aid. Similarly, organizations which have implemented Industry 4.0 and has generated new value for the customer and an experience for the customer are being categorized so that it can be used as a benchmarking. But in a survey in 2021, it shows that 70% of the companies are still stuck in the pilot phase itself. That means 70% of the companies who have implemented Industry 4.0 have not moved beyond the pilot purgatory phase. So this makes us to understand that why does this happen? It happens because the studies from Harvard Business Review suggest that 74% of the digital transformation fails. So in the 2019, we proposed 10 lessons for managers, wherein the first lesson was paying attention to strategy. And the first, as regards to strategy, because implementing Industry 4.0 changes relationships with the organization in a multi-dimensional manner. It changes the relationship with the environment, with the community, with our customers. It changes with the value chain partners and also with the employees. And if at all strategy is not linked with the implementation, then it is causing failure. In order to avoid failures, there is a tool which is used in engineering and computer science called as readiness model. Readiness models are those models which are used by organizations before they embark on any event like implementing an enterprise resource planning or something like that. So we try to define this readiness model from an Industry 4.0 perspective. In 2018, when we conducted a systematic literature review, we found that most of the dimensions there are conflicts in various models, because these models are done by the practitioners, and there were few studies which have gone through peer review process. So then we tried to develop a peer-reviewed Industry 4.0 readiness model in a manufacturing setup. The concept is, before implementing Industry 4.0, can I use a model to find out how ready an organization is? Like take, for instance, the first aspect, technological readiness of an organization. How capable an organization is to acquire Industry 4.0 technology. How capable an organization is to operate in Industry 4.0 technology. How capable an organization is to use technological shifting. That means how you can use technology to improve your products and services. And the last dimension is how capable an organization is to upgrade the technologies. So this is one dimension. Similarly, we using a sequential exploratory mixed method design, we could find out these 10 dimensions. And we have implemented these models in organizations in India, Europe, and Ireland as a part of our studies. And there is one more issue with this assessment. The issue is it can change. The importance of these dimensions can change in a manufacturing setup and in a service setup. In a manufacturing setup, maybe technological readiness will have a prior, higher ranking as per our study. And whereas in a service setup, employee adaptability is seen by the respondents as a higher rank. And it is correct, because a service has this component of human dimension into it, and that creates this aspect. And what has COVID-19 done to Industry 4.0? Because it has, till now, we were thinking that Industry 4.0 is implemented to improve the value chains only. But COVID has taught us that it can be used, the Industry 4.0, as a survival and thriving strategy. In a study by McKinsey, 94% of the respondents told that Industry 4.0 has helped them to keep their operations running during the pandemic. And also the post-pandemic, we are seeing interest by the organization to implement Industry 4.0. So he makes us to a different, one more strategic advantage as regards to implementing Industry 4.0. It's not only to improve the value chains, but also it could be thought as of a strategy to deal with VUCA, what we call volatility, unambiguity, complexity, and ambiguity. So I summarize with my conclusion. I4 could be a valuable tool in the post-COVID era, but we need more studies to be carried out post-COVID era as regards to its benefits and challenges in different, either in terms of sector-wise, type of industry, and country-wise. And because the post-COVID and the pre-COVID era studies in terms of benefits may or may not differ, which we need to confirm. And at last, I conclude my presentation with the theme of linking organizational strategy with Industry 4.0 implementation. I thank you all for your attention and have a fruitful conference.
Dr. Soni, thank you so much for a detailed talk about Industry 4.0, where you highlighted how technology can bring competitive edge and the actions taken so far towards the Industry 4.0. I want to move on to the speech that we left hanging before we hear from our guest speaker from Debmarin. We take 2 minutes to conclude Professor Rajaratnam Chandramouli's speech on edge computing. We will need to understand this concept as we move on to listening to the opening address from Debmarin. Thank you.
ISM bands were able to provide more reliable and high bandwidth connectivity in Africa, in South Africa in this example. So here are some pictures. So these are some the dish antennas that were deployed, and this was the router that I showed in the previous slide. And here we live streamed video from the University of Pretoria, and the kids are super happy to see video within the classrooms. Of course, they also had the internet connectivity. So in a nutshell, these are some of the research problems and use cases for edge computing, heterogeneous networking, and software-defined networking. And if you have any questions, please email me at mouli, M-O-U-L-I, at IEEE.org. Thank you and have a good conference.
Thank you, Professor. Ladies and gents, the topic of edge computing, Industry 4.0, cybersecurity situational awareness, these are some of the critical things that we're talking about today. We need to put them together and analyze them, understand before we implement. But having said so, let's hear from Mr. Bridgens Vincent from Debmarin. Debmarin is one of NAST strategic partner. We have quite a number of them for this conference. We're hearing from Debmarin. Mr. Vincent, please welcome and give us an opening address.
Thanks so much, Director of Ceremonies. I really appreciate the opportunity to present here during this conference. And it's really exciting. The themes and the topics that you have to discuss during this conference is something to look forward to. And we look forward to the outcomes as we generally reap the benefits of all the hard work that you and your teams actually do, the outcomes of these type of conferences. So my topic for today, I'm just going to share my full screen, is really looking at the theme of today, where we're really imagining the future. It's always good to really understand really what are the benefits of 4IR innovations, and to have some tangible examples of those benefits being realized. And we'll go through a few cases here at Debmarin, Namibia, of how we actually benefited from 4IR innovations. So to give you some context, we recovered diamonds offshore off of the coast of Namibia, very close to Oranje, so at the bottom edge of Namibia. We actually have a fleet of 6 mining vessels and one new mining vessel, the Benguela Gem, actually being fitted with mission equipment in Cape Town as we speak. We also have a sampling vessel called the SSN, which is the state-of-the-art diamond sampling vessel. So the constraints that we have with working at sea is that you only have the vessel platform on which you work, and you have to be fully sustainable, right? So you need to live there and you need to be able to fulfill your mission that's required. But you're constrained by the space, the footprint of the vessel itself. So it's only about 100 meters by 50 meters wide, the entire length and breadth of the vessel. You're constrained by weight. You can only put so much of equipment onto the vessel, and you're really constrained by the amount of people that you can fit onto a vessel. And therefore it becomes very challenging in order to achieve your mission. So if you want to achieve your targets, you need to become very creative, and R&D then starts to play a crucial role within our business. And we realized that very early on, and we adopted a very R&D orientated culture within our organization. And therefore, when Industry 4.0 came along, and we realized that there was potential for us to achieve step change benefits by adopting these 4IR type of innovations, we took it with both hands. And we developed a 4IR innovation ecosystem, where we started, first of all, by understanding what are the value drivers within our organization. And so that means what levers can we pull within our organization using 4IR to give us the most benefit over time and remain sustainable. We then had a lot of ideas looking at the technologies that were available and really prioritized to make sure that, listen, with the least amount of investment, where can we actually maximize value? We then looked at how are we going to execute these 4IR innovations. So first of all, we tried to understand, listen, with our internal capabilities, should we be trying to tackle this? And we realized no, because it's not a core focus of our business at the moment. And there are experts outside in the world who could actually more rapidly develop solutions, and we could gain benefits faster. Therefore, we decided and made a strategic decision to go for the open innovation approach. Because, like I mentioned, this is a non-core skill with 4IR innovations for our organization. And also it allowed us capacity flexibility, really. So that's two things. First of all, if we wanted to scale up an idea and we wanted to accelerate a project, we could get external collaborators to work with us and really speed that process up. Plus, the second thing was we were then not restricted to within our organization, but actually had access to a global network of people who are experts within these innovations. And thirdly, we could really develop these initiatives very rapidly and be agile in our approach. We then went through a process of identifying which technologies were really ready based on that prioritized list of initiatives that we identified. And then identified which partners were the best and most well-positioned to collaborate with. And based on that, we then went into the execution phase and really checked value delivery. We made sure to have small targets and not reach for really big breakthroughs from the beginning, because we knew that, listen, it's better to have small changes, which keeps on getting you momentum as you continue to win and people build up confidence in what you are doing. And therefore you then achieve bigger goals over time. But we also realize that with these 4IR innovations, as a business and an organization, you need to accept these are emerging technologies, and you're going to have to work hand in hand with the people that you want to partner with in developing this type of technologies. And it really becomes like a circular and a collaborative approach. So three of the key value drivers and the cases that I'm going to be speaking about today, where we really saw step change value being delivered to our organization. The three value drivers that I'm going to focus on firstly is safety, and then secondly, it will be process efficiency, and thirdly is going to be cost efficiency as well. So firstly on safety, as a mining company, we really have a core focus to make sure that we mine safely and sustainably. It's a reputational thing for us, but more importantly than that, we believe that safety, and we live this, is one of our values. And we've been on a journey, a safety maturity journey, to make sure that we actually create a culture where everyone feels safe and secure in what they are doing and able to speak up as well. And this investment that we've made over time has really shown itself, and you can see it in our statistics, our safety statistics, which are really good. But we always believe that you can do better, and we believe in having like a constant state of unease when it comes to safety. You can never become complacent when it comes to safety. And we thought to ourselves, listen, with the breakthroughs that are happening within computer vision at the moment, there should be a potential step change where we can take our strongest link, which is the human being, and really supplement and get an understanding of their behaviors through computer vision and actually gain new insights and improve our risk profile for our organization. And that was also part of our digitalization journey. So the value proposition for us with computer vision for safety was to gain an improved understanding of the critical controls effectivity. So the critical controls are the things that actually keep people safe. They are those controls that we have put in place to make sure that nobody loses their life while working on one of our vessels. And through using computer vision, we're able to have constant monitoring and real-time reporting using computer vision and AI running in the background 24/7 all the time. So we saw this as a big step change that we can, in terms of safety, that we could benefit from. And we went through the process. One of our strengths was on our vessels, because it's so small, and because we are actually working with such a high value product, diamonds, we actually have an extremely good infrastructure of security cameras within our vessel. On that small footprint of a vessel, we have between 200 and 300 cameras. So we could really leverage the amount of camera footage that we had. And if we were to just run analytics on the back end using AI and computer vision, we could actually get a better understanding of things like geofencing for moving objects within designated work areas. We could detect anomalies between humans and equipment. We could monitor occupancy and exposure times and gain other business intelligence that we did not even imagine at the time. And using that, we could actually get real-time alerts and warnings. And like I said, better understanding of the behavioral data of our employees. And this would then provide a feedback loop for further engineering changes to make things more safe in the future as well. The focus areas we had was really 4 key areas that we identified, and it was on the drill floor on the vessel. So that's here in the center of the vessel. Launch and tug, where we actually receive consumables from a tug that comes alongside the vessel, next to the vessel, and we lift things onto the vessel or move them around in the vessel. Hot work that happens around the ADS, and then work that happens within the pump room, where human beings are interacting with moving machinery again. But what we again realized that we needed an extra layer of intelligence built into this computer vision solution. We needed to know that the control systems within our processes, i.e. The mining system, should be able to give a signal to the AI that I'm mining at the moment, so a certain set of rules should apply, or I'm not mining at the moment and another set of rules should apply. As well as we needed to digitize some of our permitting systems to be able to give a signal to the AI that, listen, within a certain area of the plant, there has been a hot work permit issued, and people are allowed to go and do hot work within a certain set of time. So don't give us an alarm during that time, but still monitor. But alternatively, if there is no permit, give us an alarm immediately if there's fire, smoke, or sparks to indicate that there is an anomaly at the moment and we need intervention. So now I'll go into the 3 models that we actually developed for this computer vision safety. The first is the lifting model. And what you'll see, and hopefully the video plays smoothly on your side, is as the load is being lifted, the AI is identifying that this is a load, and it identifies that there are human beings right next to the load, and it asks the question, are they within the 30-degree fall angle of that load, yes or no? And if yes, it will give an alarm, and we can actually have an opportunity to have a coaching session with the person standing there and have an intervention to avoid any risk into the future. That's the one model. The second, still on the lifting model, is that during a lift, there are certain areas that are barricaded off. And the AI is able to pick up that this barricade on the left here where the walkway goes over where the lift is happening is supposed to be on, and it picks up that it's not there. So it's able to send out an alert and make sure that that barricade comes on to prevent people from walking on this area. And what's really powerful about this technology, where we realize the step change, is that generally we would only have a planned task observation where somebody would go out and try to look, are these critical controls in place, yes or no? But they wouldn't be able to go to all areas within the vessel because there's only a limited amount of people. But with AI, the scaling ability is so much bigger and the benefit we realize is so much higher. This is again a video of the hard work model where it picks up, the AI actually picks up that there are sparks happening at the moment, and it checks, is there a hard work permit in place, yes or no, and then it goes blue based on that. On the drill floor, again, this was radical insights, and we strongly believe that human beings are the strongest link, but we need to supplement that, and the only way we can supplement and understand the behaviors is with this AI that's running. So here we've trained the AI to recognize that when this pipe is moving within or out of the image, there's actually a set of rules that says that no human being should be seen within this area. And here we can see that there was a possible anomaly which happened where somebody actually went. On another image we have here within the moon pool at the center of the vessel, generally you don't want any people to go over an open edge, but we would have never been able to pick this up without the use of AI, because there's no one within this area would have seen. But now because of the AI, we've been able to identify this risk, and it's actually a trainee that took this risk and didn't understand what the magnitude of the risk was that they were doing. But it gave us an opportunity to coach this person and really, once again, get that step change in our safety systems. We also now, with the AI running, we were able to have dashboarding tools and really create a risk profile for the vessel and understand where the risks are being taken and address those and monitor over time. So this really supplemented our already strong safety management systems that were in place and added that extra layer, that step change in safety. The second case that I'm going to explore is, first of all, it was based on a value driver of efficiency. On our vessels, we extract material from the seabed, bring it up to the vessel, and then the first point of separation is on our primary screens, where we actually take material, which is the right size that we want, and we put it through the rest of our process. And all the unwanted, the larger or the smaller material, we discard overboard. But only on an ad hoc basis were we able to understand and go and sample there to see how much product or right size material was actually going and being misplaced overboard and could possibly mean product losses, diamond losses happening. So on an ad hoc basis, we would be able to understand this, but the frequency was not good enough. But with computer vision, we were now able to get an understanding of product loss in real time, constantly 24/7. So as soon as we saw that there was an anomaly and there's a large amount of product being misplaced, we could then have an intervention and really make sure that we do not impact our revenue due to losses. This is again just some of the POC outcomes. Here the camera is installed looking onto the sizing screen. This was the training of the model. You have the first image, which is just taken from the camera. Manual labeling was done, and then the AI was trained on thousands of these images, and then it was able to identify the particles by itself. And here you have a video of the AI actually identifying the particles as they run over the screen. You see these red dots are actual material running over the screen and being sized so that one could get an understanding of the particle size distribution that's happening. The model actually proved itself to have an accuracy of 93.5%, and we could quantify how much of the material size that we wanted, that envelope, that package that we wanted, was actually being misplaced and have the interventions. The third and last case that I'm going to discuss was one with a value driver of cost saving, and we called it the digital worker. And it really focused at automating those mundane and routine and repetitive processes that really a bot could actually do. And you could free up a human being's time for higher cognitive type of work. The intervention we identified was invoice capturing, where between 17,000 to 28,000 of invoices were processed annually. And all people were doing was saving an invoice, reading and validating the invoice, capturing the invoice, linking to a purchase order or parking, and posting an invoice. And we identified a large part of this could be automated using optical character recognition and robotic process automation. And once implemented, we really realized that 96% of the process we actually automated. And it related, it turned out to be 82% time reduction in actually processing of those invoices. And overall, what it meant for the business was 3,000 hours, man hours, was actually saved that would have been spent doing invoice capturing. But what was crucial was that for us to have that conversation with the clerks that were doing the work, to tell them, listen, now, instead of focusing on these mundane type of work, you can now focus on the higher order stuff. You can now follow up when there are discrepancies. You can actually negotiate on price and actually deliver more value to the business instead of doing mundane work. And that is the way we got the buy-in for this initiative. So in closing, I would like to say that we need to look for enabling technologies with versatile applications, because the more versatile a technology is, the more readily you're able to invest in it. Secondly, focus on change management when implementing these type of 4IR innovations, and position the innovations as enablers for more creative work to get that. And thirdly, be bold. We need to be bold. Understand your business value drivers and invest in those innovations that has the potential to bring you the next step change, and be willing to collaborate, be willing to grow the solution with the vendor as well. And finally, never underestimate the importance of small steps. Because small steps get you that momentum, get you that buy-in to reach your ultimate goal, instead of trying to reach for these lofty goals and not being able to deliver and getting stuck in the mud and losing confidence from your stakeholders. So never underestimate the importance of small steps. And finally, thank you very much for this opportunity to present and share our exciting work. And I'm really, really excited about what you guys are imagining for the future. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Mr. Vincent. Indeed, a very interesting talk, and gives us practical perspectives on the number of technologies and techniques that Marine is applying to the work in the industry. So I want to give 5 minutes now to everyone in the room. We have all our speakers for this morning in the room except Professor Rajaratnam Chandramoli. Please, colleagues, if you have any question to any of our speakers this morning, Dr. Stenish Anapinda, Dr. Michael Soni, and Mr. James Vincent, they're all in the room, and you can pose your questions. Any question from the audience? Professor Colin Chibaya, are you still there?
Oh, Jesus, I'm not a professor, ma'am. But I'm enjoying the title. I'm not a professor, but I like the title.
Sure.
Okay, maybe let me start with Mr. Vincent, because I can see him here. I just wanted to understand from your presentation, Mr. Vincent, can we conclude that AI and 4IR are synonyms?
I wouldn't call them synonyms, but I would definitely say that AI is really benefiting so much for the 4IR. Yeah.
Okay. I'm actually failing to draw the line between what AI is and what 4IR is, but I think I get what you're saying, and it actually triggers some interesting areas to investigate more further. Thank you so much on that. And then my other question, ma'am, is, okay, what is this Industry 4.0 and 4IR? That was Professor Son, I guess, who was talking about that. Is Industry 4.0 the same as Fourth Industrial Revolution, or is something different?
Thank you, sir, for the question. The Fourth Industrial Revolution and Industry 4.0 is looked in a synonymous term. Whereas we classify industrial revolution as a phase wherein industry 4.0 is actuated. So you can say that without industry 4.0 is a part of fourth industrial revolution.
Okay. All right, all right. Thank you so much. It's the first time I'm hearing about Industry 4.0. We always talk about fourth industrial revolution, and it's quite amazing to realize that there's a different world to it. Thank you so much about that. Oh, are you sharing my video? I didn't notice that you can see me. Then my last question is it Dr. Shana Pindas?
Yes.
I was quite inspired by your profile. Your profile inspired me more. I got that you are an ICT person, right?
Yes.
But at some point, someone also spoke about you holding an LLB. How do you, I'm just thinking of a lawyer in IT and all the crimes we commit in IT without telling people, and now your life between the two. How do you juggle around that? And it's something that people should really think about and consider. Also trying, can you share more experiences around that experience between being a lawyer and an ICT specialist? I never thought about it.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's well within the spirit of the conference, isn't it? Multidisciplinary approach. And for me personally, it's about this. So I was firstly trained as a lawyer and started working at Telecom Namibia back in the day, and then developed my appetite for technology, and then saw it quite a natural fit. And at that time, one of the key things that sort of inspired me to go on this road was the whole issue on convergence. It was a time when the iPhone was not out yet. We still had the black and white screens, and we were still sending a lot of text messages, and we were still at the time of 2G, but convergence was coming up, and we were seeing this data and digital era coming upon us, and as telcos we had to pivot. And then so at that point in time, you ask yourself, in terms of staying relevant, in terms of your upskilling, the next step is merging into the technology space and getting a clear understanding, because what's going to be needed is the governance aspect around the technology. So what usually happens, and we're at the same point again with 4IR or Industry 4.0, is where technology is enabling all of these various applications, and as humans, because we've never dealt with it before, we don't quite know how to wrap our heads around it. And so for anyone who wants to merge their foundational qualifications with future tech qualifications, this is the opportune time, because we've got to develop the business side of things. You've got to develop the policy, the governance framework side of things, that's going to tell us how to regulate or how to deal with these new aspects and these new business opportunities that are forthcoming. So it's all about convergence and merging various disciplines, and that is really where the future is. Your traditional silo approach about I'm qualified in this particular area, that's what I'm doing, it's just really not going to cut it for the fourth industrial revolution. You've got to have various skill sets and various competencies that you bring to the table, merging it and then creating a whole new discipline. All in all, Colin, it's the future, isn't it?
And I'm actually thinking as you're talking that there is potential to really come up with some legal issues around ICT. I don't think we have that in our discipline, and it's one thing that we don't want to talk about. And we do commit crime, in IT, and we don't share our crime with anyone. But now having people like you around us, I think makes me kind of nervous, and it could be a very interesting avenue to pursue and bring this into the ICT world, that yes, we can bring law in IT and develop new disciplines around the field. And that's quite inspiring. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Colin.
Thank you. Thank you, Colin. I would like to invite the next person in the room who has a question, comment to the speakers. Anyone, please? If there are no questions or contributions to the talks we just had, I want to move on to the conclusion of our program for this morning. I want to invite Professor Harmony Musiarila to give us a closing remark before we move on to the sessions for presentations or workshops. Yes, that starts at 10:30, we behind time with 5 minutes. Professor Musiarila, and thank you to Dr. Shanapinda, to Mr. Vincent, and Dr. Michael Soni. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm here to give the vote of thanks on behalf of the acting DVC for Research and Innovation, Dr. Colin Stanley. In fact, I find it funny, some years back, I had to write a customer complaint to Air Namibia. And from the customer manager to the general manager to the MD, everyone was acting. And now everyone was passing the buck. So I said, who is actually doing the work is everyone is acting. So over this one, mine will be short because I'm actually going to do the work of the vote of thanks on behalf of the DVC Research and Innovation. Director of Ceremonies, Dr. Swama Hamnyela, Acting Associate Dean for Research and Innovation at the Faculty of Computing and Informatics, NAST. It is indeed my singular honor to deliver the vote of thanks. I'm reading verbatim as from the DVC speech. As the General Chair for the 3rd International Multidisciplinary Information Technology and Engineering Conference, IMITEC, opening ceremony in 2022. This is under the theme Imagining the Future, and is being organized by the Namibia University of Science and Technology, Faculties of Computing and Informatics, and the Faculty of Engineering, in association with the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineer, IEEE Computer Society. A big thank you to NAST, to the top management in terms of the directors, the deans, and EXCO members. And special thanks go to the organizing faculties, the Faculty of Computing, of Engineering, the Dean, Professor Van de Vout, and Faculty of Computing and Informatics Acting Dean, Professor Bonushawa. Special thanks goes to you, Professor Mira Joseph from IEEE Computer Society South Africa and IEEE Technical Committee on Data Engineering for the technical support in organizing this conference. A big salute to Dr. Chikohora for being the organizing conference chair and the chair and program committee chairs. We appreciate the work behind the scenes that has led us to this successful conference. To one of our own, Dr. Michael Soni, a senior lecturer in the Mechanical and Marine Engineering Department. We thank you for the wonderful presentation. And then our Namibian invited and distinguished speakers, Dr. Stanley Shanapinda, the CEO of Telecom Namibia, Mr. Gary Strobo, CEO of Future Media Namibia, and Mr. Vincent Bridgens, Business Innovation Specialist at Deb Marine Namibia. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules to actually grace this occasion. We, as NAST, we actually appreciate and also are grateful when industry is in our midst in terms of contributing to the development of our programs as well. Thank you for all the researchers who are going to share their research findings and all the industry experts who will later share in this conference. A special thank you goes to the NAST Acting GVC, Dr. Andrew Nikondo, and would also like to thank the NAST Council members for their thought strategic leadership direction, especially in regards to research support and innovation of the university. So on behalf of the Namibia University of Science and Technology, I wish to express our profound gratitude and hearty thank you to our keynote speakers, and Professor Rajaram Chandramal from Stevens Institute of Technology, Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering, USA. Thank you for sharing insightful, well-researched scientific information. And we would want to thank all the participants in this. I would just add on, this is not part of the speech. In India, they say namaste, obrigado, danki, okuhepa shinene, tangi unene, mazvita tinotenda, asante sana. We thank you all. And for Mr. Vincent Bridgens, because I come from the mining industry, I have to single you out. Thank you for the message. We will dare to be bold as per your motivation. And I like the statement, never underestimate the importance of small steps. And industry partnerships is critical in us actually going forward as the university. And as they say, from a safety perspective, I don't know whether you agree with me since you are into mining diamonds. The most important resource to come out of the mine is the miner himself. So safety precedes all things in the mining industry. So we want to thank all the presenters and lastly to the Director of Ceremonies, Dr. Swama Hamnyela. Thank you very much. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mosiarila. And thank you all for joining us this morning. We hope to see you again after just 5 minutes in workshop 1, 2, and 3. So please, if you're not sure of how to join the rooms available, please just check your program if there's a link, or remain in this main room and then we'll assist you. Thank you all. See you soon.
Workshops.
The Faculty of Computing and Informatics offers bachelor's, bachelor honors, master's, and PhD qualifications in computer sciences and informatics. As one of the oldest faculties on campus, the Faculty of Engineering hosts the Material Testing Institute that provides advanced education through the continuous professional development, applied research, and consultancy in different engineering projects. The Faculty of Health and Applied Sciences provides professional programs aimed at improving public health through diagnosis, patient care and management, emergency medical care, and care for the environment, as well as natural sciences, mathematics, and statistics. The Faculty of Human Sciences consists of the departments of Communication, Languages and Education, and Social Sciences, and offers, amongst others, qualifications in journalism and media technology and criminal justice. The Faculty of Management Sciences is the largest faculty and hosts 2 postgraduate units, the Harold Pupkewitz Graduate School of Business and Namibia's Graduate School of Accounting. The Faculty of Natural Resources and Spatial Sciences impart knowledge and skills in its graduates, required in the sustainable utilization and management of natural resources, contributing to a sustained national economic growth and competitiveness. The faculty's strategies and actions are aligned to ensure they remain relevant to the Namibian nation and the global society through the Integrated Land Management Institute and the Agribusiness and Technology Development Center. The university also hosts the Center for Open and Lifelong Learning, the Cooperation Education Unit, and the Teaching and Learning Unit promoting academic excellence. Research and innovation are supported by the Namibia Business Innovation Institute, the Technology Transfer Office, Innovation Design Lab, and Fab Lab Namibia. Namibia Energy Institute, NEI, a national institute founded by the Ministry of Mines and Energy, hosted at Namibia University of Science and Technology, envisages a sustainable energy supply structure based on widespread use of renewable energy. The Namibia Energy Institute is unique in that it not only is a training and capacity building institution, but also conducts research and development. It is becoming increasingly clear that the climate change is an inevitable process. Increasing climatic variability would have serious implications for the supply of food, energy, and water, which forms the basis of a self-sufficient economy. The impact will be amplified through the interconnections and interdependence among these three resources, popularly known as the food, energy, water nexus. NAST intends to address the nexus challenge by investigating technology options to address food and livelihood security in both urban and rural contexts. Hence, looking into substance solutions as part of a mixed livelihood strategy, which requires an integrated model strengthened by indigenous knowledge systems linked to highly competitive technology advancement and adaptation options. Namibia is endowed with natural resources required for renewable energy supplies from the sun, wind, and biomass from invader bush. NAST will continue to contribute to the knowledge pool and clean energy development pathway in order to inform scaling up the use of renewable energy and energy-efficient technologies. NAST will advance the development of decision support software, which will enable clinicians to adhere to best practices research, including research on small wireless biomedical sensors and ultra-wideband radar technology, as well as portable ultrasound technology in support of early detection, treatment, and management of diseases. The Namibia University of Science and Technology is at the forefront of investigating the next decade of operational and commercial reality and logistics. Namibia University of Science and Technology, Research for Impact, the hub of innovation, an institution par excellence.
Good morning and welcome to the workshop series. I'm just going to share my video so that at least you can see who is speaking. Since we slightly behind schedule in terms of the time as per the program, we are going to borrow a few of the minutes from the lunch hour, if that's going to be okay with everybody. My name is Atli Gamundani. I'm going to be one of the chairs. I'm also going to be assisted with Dr. Edmond Kohora in this workshop series. I'm just going to quickly share a screen just to introduce things and get us started so that at least we can catch up with the time that we have lost. Confirm you are able to see my screen that I'm sharing.
Yes, we can see it.
Thank you very much. Before I can actually proceed, let me verify if my facilitator for workshop 1 is online. Dr. Klopper, are you online?
Yes, indeed I am, and I hope you can hear me.
Loud and clear. Thank you very much. Whilst I'm going to introduce things, I'm sharing a Google link and I'm going to give instructions very shortly so that at least we don't eat into the time that we have lost. So for workshop 1, for the workshop series that we have, you heard from the overview of the conference from Dr. Kohora indicating we have 3 workshops. And our first workshop is on data visualization using Python. And our facilitator is Dr. Ewan Klopper from Stellenbosch University, South Africa. I have adjusted the times. As you can see, we're going to run from 10:48 up to 12:48, and we'll adjust accordingly. I would want you to pay attention to the following instruction. There is a Google Drive link that I've shared to everyone in the chat on Zoom right now. And I would appreciate if you could visit that link. That's where you're going to find the Jupyter Notebook file. and follow the instructions. So with respect to the notebook file, of course, you take you through that, but I wanted for me during the time when I'm introducing and giving the profile for Dr. Klopper, that you could actually be doing that on the background. So these are the instructions that he gave to say, with respect to the notebook file, for those that do not have Python installed, you can simply drag it into their Google Drive and you can open it. And Google Colab is part of a Google Apps. And if you actually have Google Docs, you could also use, maybe have that on Google Colab. So if you follow that instruction, that would help you to get things started. I'm going to quickly do a formal introduction of our facilitator, whilst you are trying to access the Google Drive that I've shared in the chat. So it's a great honor and pleasure to be introducing to you our facilitator, Dr. Wayne Klopper, who is a research fellow at the School of Data Science and Computational Thinking and Data Scientist in the Division of Biostatistics and Epidemiology at Stellenbosch University. Having recently joined Stellenbosch University, he teaches 3 courses: an introduction to data science using Python, arithmetical research and TensorFlow, and the mathematics of deep learning. He is a qualified surgeon and is the previous head of the surgery unit at Groote Schuur Hospital, University of Cape Town, where he was also a lecturer and member of the University Senate Committee on Education representing the Faculty of Health Sciences. Dr. Klopper has authored a textbook on statistics and a leading proponent of open education and research. He has supervised more than 50 master and doctoral projects. He is a previous recipient of the Lecturer of the Year Award from the Open Education Consortium. He was the first lecturer from the African continent to host a course on Coursera, the leading massive open online course platform. This contribution has grown to 3 courses, adding courses on Julia for scientific computing and the Wolfram language for statistical analysis. His Coursera course on healthcare statistics has won numerous awards and has been taken by more than 120,000 people from all over the world. Dr. Klopper believes in empowerment through the demonstration of education. He has more than 1,400 video lectures on YouTube, has numerous publications on Arapal, and most of his educational material is available on GitHub. You can tell from this stellar profile that we have indeed a renowned academician and a practitioner in our midst. And it's an honor really to participate in this workshop. I give the floor to you, Dr. Klopper.
Excellent, thank you. I'm sure everyone can hear me. I'm sharing my screen as well. I think if I change that to my camera that is linked to my computer, yes, I can see myself there as well. Thank you very much for that introduction. It's very nice for me to be here. Certainly, I think from the previous speakers was interesting for me to listen to also hear people collaborating across various disciplines and faculties, which is certainly part and parcel of what I do, coming from being a medical specialist, specifically, working hard during this pandemic, but also been interested and involved in so many other fields. And it's very exciting for me to be part of a conference like this. I think if there's one thing I can contribute to people participating in this conference is to reach beyond the field that you are initially interested in, because it's through these collaborations, through finding out what others are doing, that it just sparks so many ideas. And while I can take my hat off for someone who dedicates their whole life, in the pursuit of one single thing, there's just so many exciting things happening in the world, happening in academia, happening, everywhere, that it's always this fear that I have of missing out. So it's fantastic for me to take part in something like this, just at least for me, just to hear about new things and something that I might pursue, because I'm always looking out for that. Of course, from the School for Data Science and Computational Thinking at Stellenbosch University, the whole idea behind that school is collaboration across all the faculties and bringing experts from all the faculties together and solving problems. And for me, also with at least a foot inside of the health sciences faculty still, Of course, there's many problems that we want to solve. Specifically, I was interested in depth marine and solving, their problems with AI. There's been a paper that is getting a lot of attention that was published about a week ago, showing AI research published as far as COVID's concerned and how absolutely poor that research has gone. And the solution, I think, that everyone feels that we can have is that if we collaborate, if we sit in our individual silos, we are experts in our field, but that does not necessarily translate to other fields. And it's by working together and for each of us as an individual to start exploring other fields as well and becoming experts in other fields as well, that I think that we solve our problems. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to share my screen, and I hope that works. I'm going to share desktop number 1 and share. Let's see if that works. Hopefully everyone can see my screen there. And I'm going to go right to this first page. If I can get confirmation that everyone can at least see that screen, that'll be fantastic. So there's a thumbs up. Thank you very much. So this is a workshop on data visualization, and I see the 2 other workshops coming up on data science, statistical thinking. That's of course part and parcel of what I teach, and I think that's going to be a fantastic workshop. And then the one on 3D, that's even more exciting. So I think everyone's in for a very good day today. So when I was approached to do this workshop, I was told to keep it at introductory level, which is definitely what I'm going to do, but it is going to be jam-packed. And I think if I think back of all the conferences in my life that I've ever attended, it really is the workshops that I've always found most fascinating and useful, because at least it's something that you can walk away from feeling at least that you've learned something new. Now, there's no ways to learn something new in 2 hours, but what I want to do in this section, is this workshop, is just to make you aware of what exists, and from there for you to be a stepping stone. Because if there's one thing about working with data, for me personally, it's visualizing that data. I think as human beings, we really respond to seeing data in a visual form. I mean, staring at a spreadsheet, with rows and columns of data that human beings are just not built that way. So it's always something that I enjoy creating is that ability to generate or to take the information, the knowledge that was hidden in the data, bringing it out, and in the form of doing that through data visualization. Of course, I think no one can argue the point at the moment that Python is the leading language as far as data science and data analytics are concerned, but I'll show you just 1 or 2 other things as well, because there's certainly some other languages that we can use as well. When it comes to Python specifically, there are many packages. So I'm quite aware of the fact that there might be some people on this conference that hasn't used Python before, doesn't use Python, or it's not part of the normal use case. So I'm just going to show you my approach in my lab, and then with the data school as well, how we use Python. And then what we advise our students, etc., to use, and that's to use the virtual environment as far as Python is concerned, if you've never seen that. And the one that we would go for, and that I personally use, is Miniconda. So that's an easy way to install Python on your own system, and that's available for Windows, Mac OS, and Linux, as you can see, hopefully you can see on the screen. And if you search Google for Miniconda, and just download the version that's right for your computer and your operating system, it makes a very easy install. So that's a command line interface to Python and the creation of virtual environments. So why we are after virtual environments is because we all work on different projects, and it's very nice to keep your projects separate from each other and use specific Python installations or virtual installations, at least for your different projects. So as we could hear from the opening remark there, definitely. I'm just going to move this aside. Definitely you can find, let's move it to my second screen. Definitely you can find the notebook and the link. You can also find it here on GitHub. As was mentioned, I post most of my things, and hopefully if the screen is big enough, you can see my GitHub address there. It's just JUAN, Jean Klopper. And then if you do /Stellenbosch University _data science, the matplotlib tutorials there. So if you want to just clone this GitHub repository, and you can also have a look around at all my other repositories and clone some of them. And then you can also just easily find that. Just to be sure, we're going to use a Jupyter Notebook, which I find is very useful. And for those of you who've used it, it's very nice for scripting. It's very nice for creating educational or research documents, computational essays, because it looks like a Word document. You can just add normal text, and format that text and then do your computation, see the results of your computation as well. For most of the research and production work, I just want to make you aware, I think the tool that most of us uses, if you haven't used it before, it's just Visual Studio Code. And they are the kernels that you can install for Python, and it works very well with your Python, with your virtual environments such as Miniconda. So it's easy enough for you to use your Python installation as far as Visual Studio Code is concerned. And you can also even use notebooks inside of Visual Studio Code today, although I think it's not Microsoft's best effort, but they're working on it, and it's certainly getting better. But certainly Visual Studio Code is where I would spend most of my time. Just to make you aware, PyCharm as well, I think it's one of the leading development environments for PyCharm. If you are at a university, of course, you can get a free full license if you sign up to JetBrains, which own PyCharm or develop PyCharm. If you want the full professional developers edition, all you need, of course, is your university address, and you can get the full version for free. There's, of course, also the open community edition and an educational edition, but certainly you can get, anyone with the university address can get the full edition there. So, using Python for your data visualization, I think the grandparent of packages for Python data visualization is Matplotlib, and that's the one that I'm going to show you here. And I've got to just say one or two words about all these packages. So if you haven't used Python before, there's a core language, a base language, and then thousands and thousands of people all over the world contribute by building packages and adding it to Python. And you can just download and install those packages. And during an active session of writing Python code, you obviously just install or import at least that installed package. So data visualization, there are so many packages, but the grandparent of them all, I would say, is Matplotlib. It is a fantastic package, but it is very, very large package. There is almost no kind of plotting that you can't do with Matplotlib, and it's the sheer size and the ability to tweak every little aspect of your plots and graphs that also make it, unfortunately, very difficult to use. And I think you can do a whole semester course. I think you can do 2 semester courses just on Matplotlib. It's really that big. And people shy away from it a little bit because of that. But what I want to do here is to introduce you to Matplotlib if you haven't used it before. If you have used it before or only a certain part of it, I want to put a nice little structure together so it becomes very easy for you to approach Matplotlib, and also then take it from this 2-hour session into the future, because once you have that structure in place and you find something, you look up something online, look it up on Google or Stack Exchange or wherever you go for your answers, that you easily and quickly understand what the solution to your problem might be. So if you've got that structure in place, it becomes very easy to use Matplotlib. And as I say, for very technical kind of work, I would also always default to Matplotlib, because that is where I have most control in designing these. I just want to mention just a few others. Seaborn is something that, let's use the term, sits on top of Matplotlib and makes use of part of Matplotlib, and really makes it very easy to use Matplotlib. It uses functions that does a lot of stuff on the background, so that you don't have to worry about writing that code and using Matplotlib itself. And it's really geared towards really just for data visualization. So you're not going to really do scientific plots with it, but as far as data visualization is concerned, Seaborn is really fantastic. And then with the use of Seaborn, you can always just dip your toe into Matplotlib by using Matplotlib code as well when you're using Seaborn. So that's actually a very good library. And I suspect many people have used Seaborn before instead of Matplotlib, just because it's so much easier. Of course, when we want to interact with our data, there are 2 packages that I really want to make you aware of just in a second or two. That's Bokeh and then Plotly. And I think Plotly for interactive data visualization, if you want to create something that's not static, you want to create your results or report your results on the web, and you want interactivity, of course, Matplotlib can do that for you. But if there's something that was designed from the ground up to be interactive and the web ready, then it's the Plotly package. And you can see here it's available for Python, but it's also available for many other languages. Here we see Plotly for R, Plotly for Julia. You've heard before that I do have a course on Coursera for Julia for scientific computing. If you've never heard of Julia before, please give that language a look, out of MIT. It really solves the 2 language problems, in as much as the code looks very much like Python. but it is just in time compiled. So you're approaching the speeds that we see with C and C++. So you solve that two-language problem where you just do your initial design work in Python, which is an interpreted language, and as we all know, it can be quite slow. And then you would go out and do the production work in C so that you get that speed advantage. And Julia solves that problem because Julia is written, everything in Julia is written in Julia. We don't, it's not a wrapper around C or C++, but it's as easy as Python. And it's certainly, I think, a language for the future. And you get the Plotly library for that as well. And then for those who are still stuck in the very expensive non-open source world, MATLAB, for instance, you can do interactive plots with Plotly and MATLAB as well. So that's just a little introduction of how we use it. We're going to use the Jupyter Notebook environment. And for that, what I'm going to do is open my terminal, and hopefully you can see my text there. So I've installed Miniconda, and so the way that you would just start that, let me just show you Conda env list. If you're interested, just then, you know, this is not part of the workshop, but something for you to explore after the fact. If you don't use Miniconda, you can see I have my base installation of Python there, but I also have a virtual environment called data science, one called mathematics, one called OpenGL, PyTorch, TensorFlow, Udemy, etc. So I'm going to say Conda activate. Let's use mathematics. Now, don't worry, you're not going to see me type too much in this workshop. And so now I've activated that environment, and it's very easy just to create different Python installations, different virtual environments, so that you do, as I said, all your projects in different virtual environments with Python. I would always advise against just using your base Python installation for any of your work. And then, of course, this is a terminal, so it's very easy for me just to get to where I've saved my document. So documents, I think I saved it in Python and matplotlib. And there we go. And all I'm going to type is Jupyter Notebook. So in your instance, if you want to just drag it onto your Google Drive, I'm just going to show you that in a second or two. But let's just start the notebook environment. And the notebook environment, of course, runs in your default browser. I'll increase the screen size very shortly. And there's my matplotlib tutorial. So I'm just going to open that in the background. So that starts the loading the kernel and loading the notebook. So on the Google side, I'm just going to drag this side in. So if you just drag your file onto your Google Drive and you right-click on that Google Drive, you can open this file in what is called Google Colab. So there's Google Colab. If you don't have access to Google Colab on your Google Docs, so what I'm going to do is show you, there's my Google Drive, and there is a file here at the bottom, as you can see here. And if I right-click on it and I say open with, I see Google Colab is available for me there. Or if I say new, instead of going to Google Docs, I go all the way down to more, all the way down and go to Google Colab. If you don't see Google Colab, you might have to, while you are logged into your Google Drive, just go to this website, colab, C-O-L-A-B, .research.google.com. And that will open this demo Colab notebook, and it looks just like a Jupyter notebook if you've seen those before. And once you've opened this, suddenly, in some instances, when you go to new, more, Google Colab will appear there for you. It might very well be that you just have to run this notebook, this demo notebook from Google once, and that's a known little problem. But it should be, if you just drag and drop that file that you saw the link to, or that you can get from my GitHub repository. If you just drag that onto your Google Drive, you right-click on it and say open with, Google Colab should be there, or indeed you can just double-click on it and that should open for you. So in a workshop like this, I think because we're not all, and I feel I wish we were in times that we could still travel, because it would have been wonderful for me to travel to Windhoek and or to Namibia and do this live. So it becomes a bit more difficult when we do this online. So I certainly don't expect you to type along or to follow along with everything. What a 2-hour session like this is for me is to make you aware of the existence of some of these things, and for you to go and explore on your own after the fact. So what I'm going to do here is I just want to increase the size of my screen. So hopefully you can see. I'm going to take away. I'm going to just take away some of the stuff on the screen, such as the toolbar, so we have a little bit more space. If someone please shout out if it's too small. So let's get to this because we only have the 2 hours. First of all, in the introduction, if you do get your hands on this after the fact, or if you've already got it open, there's a couple of links for you to the Matplotlib homepage, to the set of full documentation. And what we're going to do is, during this workshop, I'm going to change the look and feel of the graphs and plots that we're going to create with code. But there's also a way just to set all the specifics that you like for the way that you want your plots to look, to set that up as a default. I just want to make you aware that that exists. And you can do that by changing this matplotlib RC file, change this file. And if you want to know where this is, what you can do is just the following. Now, I'm going to trust that most of you have seen Python code before, because certainly this is not going to be a workshop on Python, but even if you haven't, it's really not that difficult to follow along. So if you haven't seen a notebook before, by the way, everything works in cells. And if you can click, if I click on any of these bits, you can see the blue on the side and this little gray outline. So everything is a cell. And if I double click on a cell, you can see the actual code that went into that cell. And if I view my toolbar again, you'll quickly see up here, it says Markdown and code. So those are the two main types of cells that you get, and you can change them. This is a Markdown code. If you haven't heard of Markdown before, that's like a subset of HTML. And very quickly, because of the 2 hashtag symbols or 2 pound symbols there in front, that changes the heading to the second largest heading style that you can get. So that formats the text. Very quickly, if I double click on this cell, you can see that it's this normal English sentence that I write there, and it's even going to highlight for me the spelling mistakes. And it doesn't know that matplotlib is actually a word, so that's highlighting that as a spelling mistake. So it's really nice. It's like a Word document, as I said, right up here. Just to show you very quickly, to get this, I put a little greater than symbol there, and then these little minus symbols in front of each line of code, and that gives me this nice little gray bar and these nice little bullet points. So easy enough for you to play around with. But let's get started. I told, as I said before, you import or you install all these different libraries. And if you're using Google Colab, Matplotlib will already be installed for you. You just have to import it. And we import the libraries by just the import statement. So import space matplotlib. And now that matplotlib is imported, I can use all the functions and methods that are available in matplotlib, and one of them is matplotlib_f file name, f name. And if we run that code cell, you can just see where your matplotlib RC file is. So this is all technical stuff, and I hate to throw technical stuff in the beginning, but I think some of you will be aware of some of these things. And if you want to change the default settings, you can just go and change that matplotlib RC file. We've already spoken about all these different packages. There's another one, Altair, that seems to be doing quite well, and Altair is also built into Google Colab. In actual fact, you can there's a section in Google Colab where you can just copy and paste Altair code that will do all the plotting on your behalf. So Altair really part of Google Colab, but you can use any of these plotting libraries. So that's our table of contents that I'm going to take you through. I'm not going to waste too much time on that. Let's get started. So what I tend to do with my notebooks, my Jupyter notebooks or Jupyter Lab is the new way to go instead of Jupyter notebooks, but this is a classic notebook, is to do all my package imports right at the top of all my documents. And because if I want to add something and it's right down somewhere in the middle of my code, many pages down, and I open this file again in a month's time, I can't remember what I imported and didn't import and where all the imports are. So I like to keep all my imports right at the top. So the imports that we're going to use in this session is OS package, and that's just for us to interact with the operating system. I'm not going to really do that, except right at the end where we save some of the figures that we're going to create. One that I am going to use, because we are going to do a bit of mathematics in this, so we're going to look at some multivariable functions and plotting them, or at least some aspect of them. And for that, I'm going to use symbolic Python. So I'm hoping this is the first time some of you have heard of symbolic Python. And that changes your, or at least gives your Python install or instance here the ability to operate as a computer algebra system. So we're thinking along the lines of Mathematica or the Wolfram language, where we know that your variables can act as mathematical variables. So computer algebra system, symbolic Python, and it's usually, or most people would just import a namespace like that with a namespace abbreviation. So for SymPy, it's usually sim. So that just means that if I reference any of the functions or methods inside of SymPy, I don't have to type SymPy dot and then the function name. I can just type SYM. Some people laugh at that because they say, well, you know, saving 2 keystrokes, is that really so important? But I mean, these are the defaults I think that most people use. NumPy, if you haven't heard of that before, that's a package that's a wrapper for C, just to vectorize your numerical computations and bring some speed to Python. So numerical Python, we're certainly going to make use of, and usually we use the namespace abbreviation NP for that. And then matplotlib itself. So matplotlib, as I said before, it's a huge package, and there's different sub-modules inside of matplotlib. PyLab used to be initially at least the default ones, which made matplotlib act very much like MATLAB, but I think, you know, that is being deprecated and not really pushed. What we are going to use is matplotlib.pyplot, the pyplot module, and we import that as PLT. So from import matplotlib.pyplot as PLT, so I can again just reference all my functions and methods by just typing PLT dot. So we'll import that. And then something that's you know, gets used more and more these days, if I look at everyone else's plot, and I want to introduce you to that, and that is the grid spec. And I'm certainly going to show you how to use the grid spec. So from matplotlib.gridspec or import matplotlib.gridspec as grid spec. And so that's that module, again, another module, as pyplot is a module inside of matplotlib. That's what I'm going to import it, and I'm not using any abbreviation there. Now, because this is a MacBook Pro, I want high DPI for my figures and plots, so they're nice and crisp. So I'm using a magic command. So in Jupyter Notebooks, you find all these magic commands, and you can see that's a magic command because it is preceded by a % symbol. So it's %config. And the what I want to call is inline backend dot figure underscore format, and I'm setting that to the string. And we know it's a string because it's in quotation marks, retina. So for this retina display, I'm going to get nice and crisp plots and figures. So there, just another little technical mention, there are lots of inbuilt styles as well. So instead of playing around with your RC params, your file there, as I said, we're going to do it computationally, but you can also set a global theme for this running instance. And because we've got pyplot now as this abbreviation PLT, as you can see there, I just use PLT dot, and I have the style submodule there, and one of its attributes is available. So that's going to give me all the default styles that is available to me on the system. And I can just set the style to one of these, and that's going to, without me having to worry to style every plot, you know, it'll do that for me. Now, you might not see as many because I've also got another package installed on this called science plots. So I did pip install science plots, and you also have to have a tech installation for some of these themes. So if for those of you with that background, LaTeX or LitTech as the developers like to call it, and then or just tech itself, if you have that installed, you'll have access to most of these themes. So I'm not going to worry too much for this. I'm just going to use the classic theme. So it's plt.style.use. So that's the style module inside of pyplot. And we use the use function, and I'm passing as an argument a Python list. We see that's a Python list because it's inside of square brackets. And then I'm using a string with the value classic, and that's going to just give me the classic style. It used to be before that we have to use this magic command %matplotlib in line, but that is the default setting now. And all that means is when I write a line of code and execute it to create a plot, the plot will be created right inside of this notebook. It won't spawn an extra window and give me the graph in that window, although you can do that. And if you do that, you get more control over the plots as opposed to this default setting. Just to show you, if I use matplotlib.getBackend, the get_backend function, we'll see what the default backend is. As I say, these are all technical things, and so don't worry about this too much. Now is the real start, I think, of the workshop. And that is me putting in place very clearly there's two ways to use Matplotlib. And I think that is where most of the confusion arises as far as Matplotlib is concerned. There are really two interfaces, and you can see them there, the PyPlot interface and the object-oriented interface. So there are two very different ways to interact with Matplotlib. And you're going to look up, if you haven't used it before, you're going to look up something online or Stack Overflow or just a Google search, and the solution that you're going to see is going to make use of one of the two. And if you are not aware of the fact that these are two very separate ways to interact with Matplotlib, you get frustrated. And I know initially when I started using Python way back when, it was a source of frustration for me. And I initially never used Matplotlib, and now it's become obviously the default because of the power and the ability to, to change every aspect of my plot, why I love to use it so much. Specifically when it comes to writing reports or getting publication ready, static plots ready, I think you still can't beat Matplotlib. So we're going to start off with this workshop, line and scatter plots, the easiest kind of plots to draw. And I'm going to show you just how easy it is to do. So as I said, all the code's already written so that you don't have to see me type, but it's also right there so that you can just have this notebook for your own reference in the future. And of course, all this normal English sentences are all in between. And I've really tried my best to explain all the code in that text there so that when you do reference this down the line, that it becomes easy enough for you to use. So the first things first, we've got to generate some data to plot. And I'm going to make use of NumPy, numerical Python, to do that. As with many languages, we see the equal symbol there. Remember, that's an assignment operator. So it assigns whatever's to its right to whatever's to its left. To the left, we put a computer variable, which is a word that we come up with. Usually keep it descriptive so that someone else reads your code or you read your code a month down the line, you know what you were trying to create there. So I'm just going to call mine xvals for x values, and then yvals _1 and yvals _2, just my computer variable names. So what I'm going to assign to xvals is this line of code there. So forgive me if you know, if you're an expert at Python. I'm trying to keep this at an introductory level. So I'll just say a little bit of something about the code. So it's numpy.linspace. So that function gets it's a function we can see there. Suppose technically call it a method, but we'll say it's a function, and it is such that it takes a set of parentheses, and inside there goes a list of arguments. These are positional arguments, so we don't have to give them use their keywords. So the first one is 0, that's my start value, comma, the next argument is 4, that's my stop value, and it's actually 4 times np.py. So np.py, numpy.py, that's the value pi, the transcendental number pi, and I'm multiplying by 4, so that's just 4 pi. So I'm going from 0 to 4 pi, comma 50, and 50 is how many points I actually want. So it's just going to do equally spaced intervals on that interval from 0 to 4 pi. Now remember one thing about Python. Python is 0 index, so it starts counting everything at 0, and it's right open. It's left closed and right open as far as its intervals are concerned, so 4 pi is not included. It's, as I said, it's right open, but you can see my little code comment there. So in Python, if you haven't seen before, anything that you prepend with a pound symbol or hashtag symbol, anything after that, the interpreter will ignore for that line of code. So just to give you a little note there, it's start, stop, and number of points. So those are the 4 positional arguments. So then I'm just going to take those values and I'm going to use 2 things here. So you can see plus and multiply. Of course, we've got to be aware of the order of arithmetical operations. So multiplication is going to come before addition. So this is going to happen first. And I'm using something called broadcasting because I'm creating 50 random values. And we know that because it's numpy.random, the random module in Python, in NumPy. And I'm using the randn function that takes from the theoretical standard normal distribution. So a mean of 0 and a standard deviation of 1. And how many do I want? I want 50 values. And how do I know it's 50 values from that distribution? I'm using the len function and just passing xvals. And xvals had 50, and the len returns the length of the number of elements. And there were 50 elements in xvals. So that's just says 50. So I'm just drawing 50 values at random from the standard normal distribution. I'm using broadcasting by multiplying each of those by a scalar, so multiply by 0.1, and then I'm adding that to the sign of each of those. So np.sign, S-I-N, and passing xvals to that. This function is going to apply to each of those 50 values. So I'm doing the sign of each of those values on this open interval, left closed, right open interval of 0 to 4 pi, and adding to that element by element these 50 values. So just a little short introduction. Forgive me if that's old news for you. So I have my set of 50x values, and I have these two sign values that are simply the sign values with a bit of random noise. So that's just for us to have something to work with. Let's plot those. So I have x values and I have y values. And all I'm going to use is the plot function. So it's plt.plot, and two positional arguments. X vals are my 50x values, and y vals _1, the 50 sign values with a bit of random noise. And there we go. As simple as that, plt.plot, and I have my x values and y values. They're two separate arrays. So NumPy creates arrays, which are of course different from just a normal Python list. And but there's 50 values nonetheless, and another 50 values, and those are x values and y values. By default, as you can see here, hopefully it's not too small over Zoom, but you can see what Matplotlib did by default is that it created a line plot. So certainly those 50 values that I have are actually just points on this Cartesian coordinate system, but it just links all of them up with lines. So it just interpolates a straight line in between all of those plots, and we get that those straight lines. And you can certainly see that I was going for a sine wave there with a bit of random noise. What you will also see is this bit of extra information. Now that really depends on the development environment that you're using. You're not always going to see it, but certainly here in the notebook environment, you are going to see that. And it's easy to get rid of that if that is what you do by just by just adding a semicolon. Now, that's not the semicolon that we see in languages such as C. That semicolon is just going to suppress this extra information. Now, that extra information can be useful, and I'm going to show you when it is useful a little bit later. But if I just use the semicolon, we can see that's all disappeared, and that's all disappeared. And you can see only the plot now. And certainly for most reports that we use this notebook for, it's nice not to see that extra information. So there's some defaults that were happening here as far as some of our keyword arguments were concerned. So I just want to make you aware of those. So plt.plot, I've still got my x and y values, but now I've introduced this keyword argument line style, and I'm assigning to that the string solid. And I've put my semicolon to suppress that extra information, and we get exactly the same plot back because this line style keyword argument set to the value solid, that is the default. And you just get the solid line. It's slightly more confusing, and again, that's just part and parcel of the power of Matplotlib, because it gives you so many opportunities, so many ways to do exactly the same thing. So you use the way that is easiest for you. It's just this little minus symbol as a string. It's a string because it's in inverted commas. So if I said line style equals just the minus symbol as a string, it's the same as using solid. It's just the exact same thing. It's just two ways to do exactly the same thing. And as I said in Matplotlib, you're going to see this all over the show. So you can well imagine there are going to be other line styles. So there's the dashed line style, which is going to give you this equally spaced spaces and lines, just dashed. And if you wanted to use some syntactic sugar, some shorthand, it's just two minus symbols as a string. And that gives you a dashed. And dotted, well, I think I can just run through these. You can you use your imagination and see, imagine what is going to happen. And the shorthand for dotted is just the colon symbol as a string. And then we have dash dot. And you can certainly look at the documentation. It's minus full stop as far as the shorthand is concerned. So look up the documentation. I mean, if it's a static plot that you have to create for report or for publication, and you can't use color, you have to use these different line styles. Very easy to do. And I'm going to show you just how powerful it gets, because look at this line style that I've got for you here. I'm just going to increase my screen size one more, which becomes ridiculous on my size, but I want to make sure you can see this. Is you've got this line style, and what I'm passing, the value that I'm passing to this keyword argument is now a tuple. And I know it's a Python tuple because it's in parentheses. And I've got two elements to my tuple here. The first one is 0. That's the offset. That's where it's going to start its marker. So I don't want any clear space. I want to start it at the marker. And then the dashes and dots. And by that I mean is how long is the first line segment, and then how long is the space segment, and how long is the line segment, and how long is the space segment, and how long is the line segment. And you can add as many of these as you want, and you can go absolutely, you can go to ridiculous lengths, but you can see the effect of that. So you can take absolute control over how you design your lines. Fair enough. So let's add another keyword argument, and that's the marker. And so yeah, I have line style, and I'm setting it to the default line using the syntactic sugar by only using the minus symbol, and instead of writing the whole word solid. I'm introducing marker as my second keyword argument, and I'm using a full stop, a period. And so let's see what that does. And I think, you could guess before that line of code was executed. So by the way, I'm just executing these lines of code without telling you how I'm doing it. There's, of course, on your toolbar here, there's a run button. But you can also hold down shift. Where has my screen gone? There we go. You can also hold down the shift key and hit a return on a Mac or your enter key on Windows or Linux, and that's going to execute that line of code for you. It's very easy to move your code cells up and down, or just if I'm in this one, just to insert a new cell, I can insert it above or below. And then if I do that, I can also just change the type of cell that I want, code and markdown. So it's very intuitive, very easy to use. So there we go. The actual 50 XY coordinate values are now on this. And now you can clearly see how the interpolation took place. It was just straight lines in between my 50 XY coordinate points there. I can, of course, introduce another keyword argument, marker size, and these things are pretty intuitive. Yes.
I lost your screen.
Let's try again. Hang on for me. Is it back?
Yeah, great.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for that shout out. So marker size, and I'm using just the integer value 10, and that's going to increase the marker for me. And as you can well imagine, there's many more markers. There's not only that full stop, which creates this little dot. There are many others. Here, I give you another example using the lowercase o symbol. And that's going to give me a slightly bigger one. So I'm just bringing the marker size down to 5. And you can see the result of that. Now comes a little bit of confusion again, and that's just because of the power of this. Not only is there syntactic sugar for the actual symbols, there's also syntactic sugar as far as the keyword arguments are concerned. So whereas we had line style before as a keyword argument, you can just use the shortcut ls for line style, and ms for marker style, and lw for line width. So you can write all those out, but in Matplotlib you can also just use this abbreviated form, which I suppose makes it more difficult, but it also in some instances makes it easier to use. And this time I'm going for a marker, which is X. And there we go. You see the little X's there. And there are plenty of these. In Matplotlib itself, there's a markers module. So it's matplotlib.markers, because I've imported Matplotlib just on its own up. So I can just use matplotlib.markers. And then if you put a dot there and hit your tab key, a list of all these will come up. So here I'm using the caret down base marker, and you can see what that looks like. So really, you can now search on Matplotlib's website, search for markers, and you can find any kind of marker that you're interested in. And now for a bit more complication, you can do markers and line style all in one. And I'm using it here without even using a keyword argument. I'm using it as a positional argument. So you've got to position it in the right way. So if you use plt.plot, the plot function, it's got to be your X values, your Y values. And if you're using it as a positional argument, it really has to be the next argument. If you put it anywhere else, this is not going to work or shouldn't work. So I'm saying X and a little minus symbol. I'm making my marker size 8 and my line width 1. And again, you can guess what's going to happen there. The X is the little markers and the minus is the solid line. So you can even combine those two together. And once again, this is just to make you aware. So if you go out and find some solution to your problem by doing an internet search and you see these various things, understand that there's more ways to go about things. Because, we're all trying to do some scientific work. Just want to make you aware of, you can also introduce LaTeX or subset of LaTeX or TeX. And if you don't know TeX, and I'm sure 100% of you know what it is, it's just that markup language for expressing mathematical symbols inside of a document or on a computer screen. So what I'm going to do here is just to introduce a title to my plot and a label for my x-axis and a label for my y-axis. So with scripting, using Python as a scripting language, you can put this all in one cell and it's all going to refer to the same plot because all this code is in one cell. So it's plt.plot. I've got my x values, my y values. I'm using x and minus there as a positional argument, still the same marker size and line width. But now I'm using plt.title. And you can see inside of parentheses in this function, you see the quotation marks. Now remember in Python, you can use single or double quotes, but it's prepended with an R. And you've got to do that if you're going to introduce some TeX in there as well. And the TeX goes inside of your quotation marks. So it's part of your string. And it goes inside of dollar symbols. And I think if you've used any kind of TeX editor before, using something like begin align or align, but you can also use a single or double dollar symbols. So it's exactly the same as you would use in those TeX editors. The next one, I'm going to use the word time. And then as far as my TeX is concerned, I have a left square bracket that's going to give you the mu symbol and a right square bracket. And let's just see what it looks like. It's going to be tiny, but if you squint, and I'll show you how to increase the size of it shortly. There's my title position at time t, and you can see that t is a symbol. Down there, if you really squint, there's time, and then you can see microseconds. So I'm showing the units there, and then position, you see the M there, but you can clearly see that is mathematic symbolics there as far as just the expression of the words or the letters are concerned, so that you can use TeX there. So let's increase that screen size, the font size, because that was tiny. So what I tend to do is I try to keep a relationship between my titles size, font size, and my axis font sizes. So this is something I like to do. You can do it totally differently. So I like to create a computer variable. I'm just going to call it title underscore font underscore size, and I'm going to set that equal to 16. So I'm going to use a font size of 16. And then I'm going to subtract from that or add to that and keep that relationship between the font sizes, but you needn't do it the same way. I've still got my same plot that I'm creating, my same title, but I want to show you two different ways to interact with changing the font size. So I'm in plt.title, I'm passing the exact same title, but now if I'm going to use a dictionary as far as my value for this keyword argument is concerned. So there's this font dict argument, and I'm creating a Python dictionary. I know that it's a dictionary because it's inside of curly braces. There's also, remember, the dict function, which works slightly different, but I'm using shorthand notation by using the curly braces. And as you all know, with a dictionary, there's always a key value pair. So the key is size, as far as it's a string, colon, and the title underscore font underscore size. Remember that was 16. So my font size is going to be 16 there. For my X label, I'm saying title underscore font size -4. And that's why I say I always keep the relationship. So if I wanted suddenly everything to increase proportionally, all I have to change is that 16 to an 18. And then it'll be 18 -4, which is 14, instead of the 12 here. So it's just easy for me to manipulate the sizes, and they all change proportionally in one go. I think that's a simple enough way to go about it. Just to show you that it's not only the font dict that you can use, there's also just a size argument, keyword argument in the X label and Y label functions. And I can just say again, 12, or in this instance, 16 -4, or title underscore font underscore size -4. But you can just put the integer value there. So now we can see, hopefully it's a bit bigger now. I've got a bigger title, and I've got proportionally, by just dropping the font size down by 4, access labels for my X and my Y axis. And you can still see, or at least now better be able to appreciate the fact that there's some TeX as far as the labels are concerned. Now, it's fair enough just to plot one, graph there on our plot, but what if we want to do, want to add a legend, because shortly we're going to, plot more than one thing. So everything is still exactly the same. I'm just introducing this last new line of code, and that's the legend, plt.legend. And I can place it anywhere I want on the screen. And using the loc keyword argument is one way to go about it. There's 100 ways to go about it. This is the easiest way because I can just use one of the words or strings that are specifically, or Matplotlib specifically has for the placement, and that's upper right. You get upper left, bottom right, bottom left, etc. And the font size is another keyword argument, and I'm going to set that to 10. And all that's going to do on the top right, it gives me a little legend there. And so let's use that legend by adding a second data set to this same figure. And what I'm going to introduce you here is just that if you're going to create lots of plots, you don't want to retype some of these aspects every time. So what you can do, as I did with the font size, just save everything that you want to do just as a computer variable. It might very well be that this is more keystrokes than just typing that. But what you have here is if you suddenly want to change it for a lot of plots, you just change it where you've saved all these variable values. And in that way, all your plots will suddenly look different if you execute this notebook again. So I'm going to choose as marker type this circle that we've seen before and two minus symbols. So that's going to be a dashed line. I'm going to use two colors. I'm going to call them color underscore 1 and color underscore 2. And there are many ways to do colors. There's almost no limit to the way you can use colors in Matplotlib, but there are some reserved words that are specific to colors, like you walk into the paint shop and some of those paint colors have got names. So the one is called Dodger Blue that I'm going to use. One is called Orange Red, and you can imagine there's blue, red, yellow, green, and then there's some fancy colors, and I'm using two of them. LW, I'm going to set to 1. MS, I'm going to set to 5, and I'm going to have two labels, and you can see me save those labels there. So that within the code, if I want to generate figure after figure, and I just want to make use of all the same values every time, I think you get the picture. Now, first things though, you're going to see a brand new function there, the figure function. And I'm slowly starting to introduce it because what we are doing is we're moving towards the object-oriented way of using it. At the moment, we're using the figure way of interacting just with Matplotlib. So it's plt.figure. It takes a keyword argument, one of them, fig size, and we pass a tuple to it, 10,6. As a tuple, goes inside of parentheses, and that's the width and the height that I want my plot, the size of this figure to be. Later on, we'll learn that there's different components to a plot in Matplotlib, and the figure refers to the whole thing. Everything that's on that figure is the figure itself, and we'll learn about the different components a little bit later. So I still have plt.plot. I've got my X vals and Y vals. My marker type, remember that's now just a computer variable name, and it references this, what I have up there, the O with a dashed line. Color is a new keyword argument that you haven't seen before, and we're setting that to color underscore 1, remember, which was Dodger Blue. Line width, I'm setting that to LW, and it doesn't matter that these two are the same. Python understands that on the left-hand side, that is the keyword argument, and on the right-hand side is a value, and LW at the moment is 1 for me, and MS is 5. And now I'm introducing a new keyword argument label, and I'm setting that equal to experiment1 as a string. And if I want something else plotted on the same figure, I just use another plt.plot. And this time, the difference is we're going to do the second set of random noise that I've added. So Y vals underscore 2. Everything else is the same, other than I'm using label underscore 2 as my label, which was experiment 2. I've still got my legend. In the upper right, I've got my X label, my Y label, my title. And now, two more things that I'm adding to this one, something that I personally like to do. I like to have a grid on my plots. I don't just like the white empty space. So I'm going to use a grid of X lines and Y lines. And then this one is tick underscore params. So there's little tick marks that we see. So what I want to do is on both axes, I'm going to use the which keyword argument, and I'm going to set that to the value both. And direction, I'm going to set that to out. The default is in, but I'm going to go for out. So let's just see what this looks like. So that's a lovely plot as far as I'm concerned. I love the grid lines. It's a personal choice. You might not like them. It's up to you. You can see the legend there, and you can see the two colors. I see the Dodger blue and the orange red color, and I can see I chose the dots with the dotted lines in between. I see I still have my x-axis and y-axis, and I still have my my title there. And for me, this is starting to look like a plot that I, can start thinking about putting in a publication or report. We're sort of slowly getting there. So there's a bit of information for you there if you want to read through that. There's, the different colors are named, and they even have shorthand notation: K for black, W for white, R for red, G for green, B for blue, C for cyan. There's other ways to use color, and that's by using the hexadecimal code, and I'll show you one of them shortly. And there's hexadecimal code, so it's RGB, so in hex code, so AA, BB, and CC for red, green, and blue. So let's just have a look at, what it looks like. What I want to do now is just to, add to this lovely plot that we've had here. Let's see, that's my actual data points. I want to now add a model to that. And of course, that's just a sine wave. We all saw me do it, so it's not a problem. I'm going to introduce two new sets, so I'm not going to use Python code and use modeling to come up with a model. I know, what I did initially, so I'm just going to use the sine function. So I'm going to call it x_vals underscore model and y_vals underscore model. There's my points with the linspace function from NumPy again, this time going from 0 to 4 pi. And this time I want 200 points. The more points you have, of course, the smoother your curve is going to be, because that interpolation, it's going to be shorter little line segments and start looking like a nice smooth curve. And I'm taking straight on the sine of each of those values, so no problem. And let's execute all of this code, and then we'll just see, what I've generated there. So first of all, there's my model, and there comes Siri. I don't know what she wants, but there we go. We see my model is there as a solid line, and it's a solid line because I've generated more points, so the interpolation was smoother. We can see my some change here as far as my legend is concerned. Instead of being on top of each other, remember here it was experiment 1, experiment 2. Now they seem to be in 3 columns, and I also have this gray line because I colored my model line gray here, and we can see that. So let's just see how I went about it. I still have figure, I still have my plot very easily there. Nothing's changed there. I've added a new one with my line plot. In this instance, I made it a solid line, and I'm using a hex code for my color. And in this instance, 55 red, 55 green, 55 blue. So that's going to be some shade of gray, and it's quite a dark gray because it's close to 0. And the line width I've made 2, and I've put a label on there. Everything else is still the same. So let's look at what has changed. One thing that's changed is I've put a ylim function there. So that stands for y limit. You also get xlim and ylim. And I'm saying at the top, because my largest value was actually, I think, was around about here. Maybe it was 1.1. But I'm saying, please go up to the top to 1.5. And you can see my y-axis goes to 1.5, because what you might find if you use upper right, for instance, for the position of this legend. So remember there, I've got location equals upper right. It's going to go over part of your actual graph. And by just increasing the limit of one of your axes, so now I'm going up to 1.5. So it gives me a little breathing room there at the top. And I can see that. Another thing that we've added to the legend function, as you can see there, is number of columns. Ncol equals 3. And that's why I have 3 columns. And because I only have 3 markers on here, they were going to be nicely next to each other. So I see experiment 1, experiment 2, and the model, just by controlling the ncol keyword argument there. Otherwise, everything is exactly the same. Just to give you a little note, if you really squint, you can see here I've used the outside markers. And here's the default, it's inside. So you can just see these little markers here, x-axis and y-axis markers are pointing inward. And of course, if I change this to out, I don't know why I like it more when it's out. I don't know, it's just the thing. I suppose that goes with the grids. There's a little different look and feel to your plot, and this is really starting to look like something that will go into a report. So let me just introduce one more thing. I'm going to introduce some new data points here. And what we're going to do is move away from line plots necessarily and just look at scatter plots, because this was the introduction just to show you the different aspects of interacting with Matplotlib. And I'm going to just generate two new data sets here. I'm going to call them in-depth and depth for independent variable and dependent variable. I'm going to take from a or at least a uniform distribution. So random.randint, and the randint gives me a lower and upper bounds for my interval. So from the value 100 to 300, remember it's right open, so it's actually only from 100 to 299. I want 50 values, and I'm going to use some broadcasting by just dividing each one of those by 2. And the second one is I'm taking that, multiplying it by 0.8 using broadcasting, and then I'm adding to that element-wise, again from a uniform distribution from -10 to 9, so -10 to 10, 50 points. So just in case you're interested in that, every time you execute that, of course, it runs on the pseudo random number generator. So I'm going to get slightly different random values. And let me run this code so you can see what it looks like. Instead of a line plot, this is a pure scatter plot, x values, y values, independent variable on my x-axis, dependent variable on my y-axis. And it's a, as we designed them, as we can expect. How did I do that? It's still the plot function. By the way, there's the fixed size. I'm just doing 5 by 5. So that I have the square grid, independent, dependent, and I'm just using the O marker. So there's no line there. So it's not O with a minus. That would have given me a solid line, and that would look really funny. Let's have a look at it. And that's really funny. So we only want the marker, and so there's no line segment. I've got a title, a X label title, a Y label title. My grid is there. And this time around, just to show you, just as we did before, you can also play with the dashes. And that's exactly the same thing. How long is the dash? How long is the space? How long is the dash? How long is the space? Because if you really squint closely, you'll see my underlying grid is a bit different. And there's also a color argument there. And I've set it at 0.5 as a string, which gives you this gray color. So just another way to express color. And we see the tick params there as well. So if I just get rid of any reference to a line, either by the syntactic sugar or by using any kind of line keyword argument, it's just going to give me a pure scatter plot. So what I want to show you, we can really introduce more dimensions, and I don't mean going away from a Cartesian coordinate system. I'm saying we can visualize more data. So I'm introducing 2 more sets of data. I'm going to call them in-depth 2 and in-depth 3. Again, just taking from a uniform distribution. And let's plot that and show you what I'm talking about. There's actually 4-dimensional data there, if you can think about it. There's the x-axis value for every dot. There is the y-axis value for every dot. There is a marker size for my 3rd variable, and there's a marker color for my 4th variable. So there's 4 variables that I'm actually doing on a 2D plot. And the way that we do that is with a brand new, the first time we're seeing a different plot function. Before we just use plt.plot all the time. This time we're using the actual scatter plot function. So it's plt.scatter. It's still going to take my 2 positional arguments, my x-axis values and my y-axis set of values. And then I'm using syntactic sugar. So the S is for size, but I can only say S. So the size of these markers is going to be the value that's the 50 values that are in in-depth 2. And the color is going to be a color assigned to in-depth 3. And then alpha is my transparency. So I'm putting a 50% transparency over these dots so we can actually see them through each other. So that's kind of important. And then everything else is exactly the same. And, I have 4 indicating by a visual plot. And that's why I like to visualize data, because there's just so much information in this plot. Now, of course, that was just some random noise, values that we generated there. So it doesn't mean specifically, but of course, your data might, is going to obviously mean something. And this kind of expressing information from a plot is quite important. So, we have information visually from the sizes of the dots, but we have nothing to hang the color onto. So we better add a color bar. And so there it is. It says plt.color bar. I don't even pass any arguments to it. It's going to work it out for me. And there's the color bar from the lowest values in that random variable that we created till the highest values. And now, of course, it becomes easier to interpret the color. Of course, this is all random, so it's a bit noisy. but I think you can see how powerful that can be. Now that's all fair enough. I've got linear scales. I just want to introduce you to non-linear scales because most of the time, at least, or very often, I have to work in non-linear scales. So if you haven't seen Python before, just a little quick introduction to the range function. If I just pass one value to it, it always starts at 0 and it's going to go up to 10. So it's this range object. If I pass that to the list function, you can actually see what it is generating, 0 through 9. Remember I said Python is 0 index. It's always going to start at 0 and it's right open. So the 10 is not included. So it's actually going to be the 10 values from 0 through 9. So I'm going to use something called list comprehension, something that I use quite often in Python. It just makes it so easy. It puts a for loop inside of a list, a Python list. It's called list comprehension. So all I'm doing is I'm saying 10 to the power, and to the power in Python is double star symbol. So 10 to the power I for I in range 10. So it's 10 to the power 0, 10 to the power 1, 10 to the power 2, 10 to the power 3. Very simple concept, and I'm assigning that to this computer variable. And I'm just using the plot function, plt.plot. I have my only one set of values. If you only pass one set of values, the plot function is going to assume them to be the y-axis values. So just a little note of care there. If you only pass one set of values, it's going to assume those are values for the y-axis. And what it's going to do for the x-axis is use the index of each of those values. It's going to see that there are 10 elements in that list, and it's going to assign them each an integer value. The first one being 0, the second one being 1, the third one being 2, etc. So if you don't pass x-axis values, the x-axis is going to be the index values of the values that you are actually passing. So we're going to make it a dashed line with these dot markers. And now I'm just going to say my y scale. So plt.y scale is log, and log as a string. And that's all I have to do. Everything else is what you've seen before. Nothing wrong, nothing else going on there. And then suddenly you see, well, I've changed the Y label and I've done some tech there with my R. And then, of course, my string that I want there, and it's all tech code and size is 12. So you can see log underscore 10, because the default for just passing this log argument to the Y scale function is log base 10. And you can see there, indeed on my x-axis, I have a log base 10 on my y-axis. And you can see on my x-axis, it's still linear scale, and it is indeed just using the indexes as my x values for the 10 values that I have in my set of y values. And now we can still see it's a linear line. As we decided, we want it dashed with the markers, but it's definitely on a log scale there. So let's do the same for the x-axis. So I'm going to plot those values again, but look very carefully. I'm passing two sets of values now. The first lot is now going to go to the x-axis, and then the y-axis, I'm just passing the range function. But because I want something else on my x-axis, I have to pass both sets of values, and everything else stays the same, except this time I'm putting x scale and setting that to log. And I don't know why Siri is so active today. There we have log base 10 on my x-axis then. Now I can use different scales, and I'm just using list comprehension here just for log base 2. So it's 10 to the power and 2 to the power. And this time, new functions that I have to use, because I'm using two independent type of log scales, is plt.semilog x and semilog y. The default is log base 10, so I don't have to put anything for my x-axis there, but I do have to say base equals, and I'm setting base equals 2 for my y-axis. Because the way that I generated the values were actually, going to work out very well for me as far as log base 2 is concerned. And there you can see, worked out pretty well for me. I still see my straight line, and I've got different logs bases on each of my axes. So that's quite easy to do. And if you have both of them on the same log scale as we've done there, very easily there's a log function. And I think the default is also 10, but I've put base 10 there. And now, because they're both on the same log scale, I can just use log, and I'm still getting my straight line there. So you can experiment. There are polar axes as well. If you want to get into something really complicated, it works in exactly the same sort of principle that I've shown you here. You're aware of it existing now. So, go look it up and have some fun. I want to move on to frequency plots. This is about plotting data, some of this workshop at least. So let's have a look at frequency charts. Now, in my mind, there are two types of frequency charts. Frequency charts for continuous numerical variables and frequency charts for discrete or categorical variables. So let's start off by just creating some random values. This time I'm going to draw from the normal distribution. So it's numpy.random, the random module. It has a normal function. Remember before we used rand_n, that takes from a standard normal distribution, so a mean of 0 and a standard deviation of 1. With the normal function, I can actually specify the mean and the standard deviation by using these keyword arguments, loc, LOC for mean, and scale for standard deviation, and size for how many values I want. So I'm asking, take 1,000 values from a normal distribution with a mean of 100 and a standard deviation of 10. And in the second instance, mean of 98 and a standard deviation of 15, just so that I have some values to work with. And let's create a bare bones histogram. And I think, Python is so easy. By now you would have known that it's just going to be hist or histogram. It was going to be one of the two, but it's hist, plt.hist. And I'm just passing that first set of 1,000 values from a normal distribution. And there we go, I have a histogram. How do I know it is representing standard normal values? Is the fact that these bars touch each other. If you haven't seen that before, sometimes bars don't touch each other, and that's because you're trying to indicate discrete values or categorical data. These bars touch each other. It's just a visual indication, of course, that these are just binning of a continuous numerical variable. So this time I didn't put the semicolon because this time we actually get something important back. And it also leads me towards the object-oriented interface that we will get to shortly. So what do I get back? I actually get back three things here: an array of values, and a second array of values, and then this a third thing called an artist. Now, let me take this opportunity to get back to this idea of how matplotlib constructs this whole image. The whole thing is called a figure. The thing in the middle where you see these axes, that is called the axes with an E. And each individual thing, so each of these rectangles, those are called artists. So a plot consists of a figure, it consists of axes, and it consists of artists. And so what we can see at the bottom, I've got 10 artists being drawn on the screen, and these artists are rectangles, and they are, quickly count them, they're 10 artists. And those, as I say, are just these. The first array that you can see there is the number of values in each of those intervals. So in the first interval, it found 7 values, in the second interval 23, and that's going to obviously give me these heights of these rectangles. And this second one gives me the bounds of the intervals of these bins. And so I just want to warn you once again, it's a left closed, right open as far as all these intervals are concerned. So if a value falls on a specific value, just remember the intervals are always left closed, right open. So Python decided here on, based on the values, these random values, how it was going to divvy up this interval from the minimum value to the maximum value. It decided that it wants to do it in 10 bins. That was its decision. And so you can see they don't fall on some natural value. I mean, as human beings, we'd like it to fall on the 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, our bins. That makes more sense. So we can take control of that. And the way that I'm going to do that is just use list comprehension. I'm going to say 10 times I for I in range 6 to 15. Let me just print it to the screen so you can quickly see it. It's just an easy way for me to create a Python list of values 60, 70, 80, 90 to 140. Because what I'm going to do with this is pass it to the bins keyword argument. So I've got plt.hist. I'm passing my values. How many did I create? Oh, I've forgotten, 1,000 values. And I'm setting bins equals these intervals, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. And I'm just changing the color to one of those named colors, gray. So let's have a look at that. It's starting to look a bit neater. I don't like that garish blue, but anyway. So there I have 60 to 70, 70 to 80, 80 to 90. So my bin intervals are sort of now, something that that is a bit more useful. As it stands, that's an ugly plot. I'm going to create this next plot, show you what it looks like. So it's starting to look a bit better. So let's just reconstruct it. So I've got this overall figure. I've got my axes, and I've got my different artists. So let's just see how we did this. I obviously upped the figure. I felt like my histogram needed to be a bit broader. And so I made it 10 wide and 5 high. So that looks a bit better. I've got two hist functions there because I'm plotting two sets of values, var underscore group underscore 1 and var underscore group underscore 2. In the first one, for group 1, I'm doing something new. I'm just stating how many bins I have. By default, I did 10 bins. So, you can make it something else. And then it's going to do the minimum value, the maximum value, and do 10 equal intervals in between. And in the second one, I'm doing what we did before, taking absolute control over where those bin extremes were. And here's a brand new argument as well, hist type. So each of these artists are going to be drawn in a different way. And I'm using the step value there. And I'm adding a label. The second one also step. And then my legend, I'm doing something new with my legend. I'm passing a value for the font size. And I've got this one. This is an interesting one for me, bbox underscore 2 underscore anchor. And it takes this tuple of values, and you can see 1.05, 1. I've still got location as upper left, but what has happened now, it's not drawing it inside of my figure. It drew it outside of the figure on the top, on the upper left. Now you can say, well, that's not the upper left, that's the upper right. Yes, indeed it is, because this bbox.2. underscore, if you see that, that's going to overwrite this upper left to some extent. I have something else here. I have frame on equals false because there's no frame around my legend, and I have a title, and I've actually given it title. Now, what this does is, if you see that, just to give you, it goes 1.05, that stands for 105%. So what that actually means is go from the left-hand side on my figure, and the figure is actually within these axes, and go 105% from the left-hand side. So it's more than 100% across from the left-hand side. And that's why it went off the figure on the right-hand side. And from the bottom up, put it at 100%. So it's from the bottom up, it's right at the top. It didn't go beyond the top of the axis. It's right at the top of it. So it's 105% basically and 100%. And that's why I pushed my legend over to the side. And that's the result that we see there. I'm going to change one or two things here. So instead of step, I have step filled. So now they're actually colored in. I like that a little bit more. But because it's two sets of data on top of each other, I've got to put a bit of transparency on there. So I'm going to say alpha equals 0.05. Let's give 50% transparency. Otherwise, I haven't really changed something. I've still kept my bins equals 10, and then my bins that I've taken absolute control over. And I've still pushed my legend over all the way across outside. So that's starting to look a little bit neater. And I would go further than this. I would definitely change the colors. I don't like those two colors. I would put grid lines, etc. And I might even get rid of these spines. And I'm certainly going to show you how to do that. Let's just move on a little bit from these flat two-dimensional histograms, because they're not, I don't find them very useful. I like 2D histograms, particularly because of the kind of data that I work with. So let me just show you that. I'm just creating two sets of new values. I'm being lazy a little bit. I'm calling them just X and Y. But I'm taking them again from the normal distribution, standard normal in this instance. I could have actually just used the rand-n function. But I'm taking them from the standard normal distribution, and this time I'm taking 10,000 each, and I'm using the hist2d function. So that's slightly different. I'm putting my X values, still my Y values, and I'm specifying the number of bins that I want. So let me just show you what that looks like, because that's quite neat. And we can see, because we took both X and Y values from a standard normal distribution, of course, we're going to find more values around 0 on both axes. And indeed, according to that color bar, that is indeed where most of it was. The 30 there, it went from the minimum to the maximum, and then just divided up into 30 equal bins for both the X and the Y axis. And that's how I decided to generate these little rectangles. I've also done a color bar. This time it's color bar. I have not passed any arguments to it, but I have used a new method. So it's plt.colorbar and then the .set_label method. And that's why I passed the string to get this nice little frequency in bin, sort of just titled to my color bar there. Now, we need not stick to these little squares. Sometimes you want to get a bit more fancy. So there are other ones. I'm just showing you one of them here. There's hex bin. You can imagine that's for hexadecimal or 6-sided little polygons. And this side, again, I'm just doing a grid size. This time, though, I'm introducing a new keyword argument, CMap for color map. And there are lots of named ones, but as you can imagine, you can take absolute control over these colors. Otherwise, everything is the same. And there we have a red color map. And you see the little, hopefully you can see, I should have made it a bit bigger, but you can see the little six-sided polygons there as far as my markers on this heat map is concerned. So again, I've introduced you, you know that this exists now. Go along and find all sorts of other things that'll be specifically right for the kind of data that you're working on. So that's continuous numerical data. Let's just look at discrete or categorical variables, their frequency charts. So I stick with the name bar plots for these, and I reserve the term histogram for continuous numerical variables. Of course, in textbooks, you'll see that people use histograms, that term for both of these, but I try to, at least in my mind and when I teach it, keep these things separate. So I'm creating a Python list there. It's got 4 elements. Each of the elements are a character or a string, assigning that to the class's computer variable name. And I'm using the random.choice function. And I'm saying choose from classes. So from those 4 categorical variables, a nominal categorical variable, those 4 elements, choose 500. So this is random choice by replacement because there's only 4 elements and I want 500. So by default, this is going to be with replacement, those choices. And now I'm just using numpy.unique, the unique function. And I'm passing this 500 values that we've just created. And I'm using the keyword argument return_counts. And I'm setting that value to true. And that gives me back the tuple of 2 things. The one is the array of unique values. And we were the designer of that. So it's obviously going to return A, B, C, and D. But the second argument, the second element of my tuple is an array of the counts. So there were 123 A's, 122 B's, 121 C's, and 134 D's. And you would imagine they were going to be close to each other because this was a this choice function does work on a uniform distribution. So because I have now got to create the height of my bars to indicate how many of those elements occurred in my data, I've sort of got to know these values. And because this whole thing that was returned by the unique function is a tuple, I'm only interested in the second bit of the tuple, but because Python is 0 indexed, this will be element number 0, and this will be element number 1. And I'm just using indexing notation here. I'm saying using the unique function as we did before, but only using index notation. So it's square brackets 1. So I'm only going to get back this part, the array. So I'm doing that both for cat_group_1 and cat_group_2, and I'm assigning that to 2 new variables. I'm going to call them C and TS for counts_1 and 2. So I now have those values in the first instance, 123, 122, 121, 134. So that allows me to use that information for the heights. And I'm doing all this laborious work because there is a bar function inside of matplotlib, but you have to do some work to get it to work. So plt.figure, as you've seen before, I'm going to make it 10 by 5. I've got 2 bar plots that I'm going to create for both of my data sets. And I'm going to draw it to the screen first because I'm going to show you what's happening here. It looks very nice and neat because on my x-axis, I have A, B, C, and D. I don't see 0, 1, 2, and 3. Matplotlib, though, always works with its axis being numerical, and you have to override the fact that it is numerical. And so you've got to take control over that. So this A will very much be a numerical value. The B will be a numerical value, the C and the D. But I've got these values that I want, plotted these bars side by side. So how do I go about that? I say np.bar, and then I have this np.arange4. So let's just put a new empty. I'm going to do np.arange. Now you see why I typed this before, because I type very slowly. And there we go. It gives me back an array of values 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. So that's exactly what we get back. And that's what we have here for A, B, C, and D. That's actually 0, 1, 2, and 3. And what I'm going to do is use a little bit of broadcasting, because I'm going to subtract from each of them 0.2. So I have 0, 1, 2, and 3, but I'm going to subtract 0.2 from each one of those values. And then I'm going to, so that's going to be my x-axis value. So they're all going to be slightly to the left of 0, to slightly to the left of 1, slightly to the left of 2. And you can well see what's happening. My bars are slightly to the left of 0, slightly to the right of 0, slightly to the left of 1, slightly to the right of 1. And I do exactly the same here. I just do plus 0.2. And then my ticks, I've also now got to overwrite my ticks, because at the moment it's 0, 1, 2, and 3. So I'm using plt.xsticks, and before it was 0, 1, 2, and 3, I'm overwriting it by A, B, C, and D. That's all I'm doing there. And because I want a little bit of space on the top, remember before, I'm just adding a little bit of headroom there. So going up to 160, because I think the highest count was, what was it, 134. So this little legend was going to go over one of the bars, and I certainly don't want that. So this is what is happening. I've taken control of the base, the middle of the base of the rectangles for my bar plot by shifting them a little bit to the right and shifting them a little bit to the left and right. So it's unfortunately a little bit of work, but as you can well imagine, there is a lot of control that comes with this, because you can place your bars exactly where you want that. Just a little bit more on bars, more of a scientific sort of thing. I'm going to create, just simulate something about the coefficient of thermal expansion. I think you would know more about that than me, so I'm just going to take some values from a normal distribution again. You see the means and standard deviations there. One is for aluminium and one is for copper. And so it's just random values. I'm just pulling it out from somewhere. Now what I want is I want the mean and standard deviation of my 100 values. So although I've taken it, remember, just random values from a normal distribution, I'm going to get an actual 100 values. And that mean and standard deviation of each of those are going to be slightly different from the theoretical values that I put for my distribution. So I'm just using np.mean. That's going to give me the mean of those 100 values. And np.std, that's going to return for me the standard deviation. But I want a sample standard deviation. Remember your equation for sample standard deviation and population standard deviation. There's in the denominator n-1. So degrees of freedom there, I've just got to stipulate DDOF equals 1. That's going to return, as far as NumPy is concerned, for me, the sample standard deviation, not the population standard deviation. Just a little gotcha there in case you've used it before and you didn't realize, and your standard deviations were slightly off. But I'm saving that for aluminium and for copper, because I'm going to use the bar chart now, and I'm going to introduce some error bars, because in scientific computing, we're much more concerned about the uncertainty in our results. So let's express a little bit of uncertainty in our results. That's what the plot looks like. It's not very nice, but I do have my bars, and the height of the bar in this instance is the mean, and I'm using the standard deviation as indicating my uncertainty. So, there's obviously better ways to indicate uncertainty, but in this instance, I'm using standard deviation as my uncertainty, and you can see there. And what we've done with the bar function, once again, it's range 2, so that's going to be, the aluminium is going to be over 0 on the x-axis, and copper is going to be over the 1. So I better use this xsticks function and overwrite the 0 and the 1 with aluminium and copper, so that I get aluminium and copper at the bottom. And what I'm doing is, so range 0 and 1, that's going to go on my x-axis. On my y-axis is going to be the two means, and I'm passing them as a Python list function, a list object. And then 0.8, that's the width of these bars. And I specifically chose 0.8. It makes them, quite broad, but it also has pushed them right to the edge of my axis, which is ugly. So we've got to fix that. We'll do that shortly. The Y-E-R-R, that is what decides the bottom and top of these error bars. And as you can see, I used the standard deviation for both of those to indicate that. A line is at the center, so everything is aligned at the center on 0 and on 1. My cap size, that's the width of these little caps, I've set that to 8. The color is gray, a little bit of transparency. You've seen the title before, you've seen the label with the tick before, because you can see at the side coefficient of thermal expansion per degree Celsius. So that was all done with a bit of tick there, as you can see. And now let's just fix this idea that these are right at the edge. And I'm going to fix that. You can fix that by either, playing around with the width of these. So, put another value there and see what happens to the width. Okay, they're smaller. They are smaller, but they are still, apologies for that, they're smaller, but they are still right at the edge. So what I'm going to do is just increase the X limit a little bit. As we did Y limit, give us a little headroom at the top. Some values that you're going to choose with the width is also going to, can also help you get a little space. You've got to play with that, but I'm just using xlim, and I'm going from negative 0.5 to 1.5. So I'm certainly leaving a little bit of space on the left and right hand side. So this plot is starting to look like something. Now I just want to show you, you can just do the error, show you this one. You can take control over how those error bars look by, instead of using here, we just use the function right inside of the bar, or the keyword argument inside of bar. There's also a proper error bar function. And now I can take absolute control over these error bars. So it's still range 0 and 1, still the means. The standard deviations are still going to be my measures of uncertainty. And there's lots of markers, and you do that with the FMT keyword argument. I'm setting it to O, so that gives me these round O's. I'm even setting a color to red. Otherwise, I'm keeping things exactly the same. So you can take absolute control of your error bars if you wanted to. You can do that individually for your error bars. And yeah, I just show you that instead of using the bar, I'm only using error bar. So now I'm only getting the error bars. I've introduced a little bit of a grid. And, you know, some publications, you can see most people use this sort of thing. They won't use bars to indicate, you know, their measurement as such as a mean. You know, this I think is a slightly better way of doing it. And if you squint closely, I should actually make it bigger, you can see that there's little diamonds as far as the means are concerned. And that is that FMT equals D, and that's D for diamonds before we used O for circles. All righty, we're almost there as far as this section is concerned, because I think at time, we've got to be cognizant of the time, although we are going to move over a little bit. Now, box and whisker plots, you know, they are particular to certain fields. And, you know, one of the fields that I work in healthcare, we certainly, you know, healthcare publications, medical publications are in love with bar and whisker plots. I don't particularly like them, but I wanted to throw them in for you. And I'm going to leave you to play with that, because as you can see, it's actually not that bad. I've got a lot of information here. And as much as I've got at the moment here, I do have suspected outliers, and they colored in as little, you know, blue diamonds. I can see, so in actual fact, what we have here is 1.5 times above and below the interquartile, first quartile and third quartile, 1.5 times the interquartile range to give me the edges of my whiskers, and everything beyond that are suspected outliers. But I can also see little notches here. If you squint, you can see little notches. And that is to indicate the confidence interval around the mean. So let me just show you that. So in box plot, the function itself, the box plot function, I'm passing the two sets of values that I do have. My flyer props, I've set that in as far as a dictionary is concerned to D for diamonds. A mean line I've set to true, and show means to true. So actually to calculate it and to show it as two different things. So the red line that you can see here, that's the means, which is slightly different from the median. But these were taken from a normal distribution, so it was never going to be that off. The notch equals true. That gives us this notch in the box. And the notch is used to indicate a confidence interval. And I'm doing confidence interval by default. It's going to be 95%. It's going to be for box and whisker plot around the median. And I'm doing that through bootstrap resampling. So I'm doing 5,000 resamples, calculating a new median, getting a distribution of all those medians, and take my 95%, 2.5 on the bottom, 2.5 on the top, and that's going to give us these notches. So I'm not going to go into that. It's not my favorite thing, but you can see I can indicate a lot of information there. Now I've got my suspected outliers, I've got my quartile values, I've got my median, I've got a 95% confidence around my median, I've got my mean there. So quite a bit of information. I like to take the frame off for these. So that's one new thing that you'll see there. Set underscore frame underscore on is false. But you see something very odd going on here, because we are actually now going to get to the other way to interact with Matplotlib, and that's from the object-oriented interface, or the object-oriented interface for Matplotlib. And what I've done here, I've added a grid, no problem, plt.grid. But I've got something new. I've got plt.gca, and GCA stands for get current axes, because remember I said there's a figure, there are axes, and there are artists. So I'm saying get the current axis for me, and at the moment there's just one axis. And you'll see axis doesn't actually mean the axes, it means something slightly different, and we'll get to that. And I'm assigning that to this variable called AX. And I'm saying AX.set underscore frame underscore on is false, so the spines here have disappeared. And that's why I like what I like, at least. I don't like bounding boxes for my box and whisker plots, but they are gone. And I've still got these grids, because what I hate is if there are no grid lines, it's very difficult from the right-hand box plot to draw your eye all the way to the left and sort of guess what those values should be, because it's so far away from your tick marks there. Anyway, so please play with that. Let's get to the second interface. And now that you understand the figure interface, the object-oriented interface is more powerful, but it won't be as confusing. So let's just do a simple plot again. And that is this plot that we've used before, plt.plot. It's going to give me one figure, it's going to give me one set of axes, and it's going to give me all these artists inside of there. And we've done a simple scatter plot there. So once again, I'm going to do this little trick where I'm saying plt.plot, it's just the plot that's there, and then get the current axes, and I'm assigning that to AX. I want to do that because I want to show you the type function inside of Python. So if you pass something to, everything in Python is an object, and every object has a type. So if I say, what is the type of this variable AX? And we see it's a matplotlib.axes _ subplots.axes subplot. So that axis is a subplot. And that's what I want to make you aware of here. We have a figure, and the axes are actually a subplot. And at the moment in this figure here, I only have one subplot sitting inside of the figure. But I can have more than one axis or more than one subplot inside of the same figure. And that's what we're going to do at the moment. And so here you see the object-oriented way of working with Matplotlib. And there's unfortunately also more than one way to do the object-oriented. And I'm going to show you all of them so that you are aware of all of them. So it's plt.subplots is the function, and that returns two objects for me. So I've got to assign it to two computer variable names. And by most people would say fig, AX, figure, the whole big thing, and the axis. So fig.ax. So the subplots returns two objects for me. So I've assigned both of those. And at the moment, I have not passed anything to that. And you can clearly see now I've got one single plot inside of a figure, and there's nothing in it, but this is what we have. So let's, do one way of making use of this information. So I'm going to say plt.subplots, and this time 3, 2. And so I want 3 rows of subplots and 2 columns of subplots inside of the same figure. And my overall fixed size, I want 16 wide and 9 high. So let's see how I can interact with this 3 rows and 2 columns. So 3 rows and 2 columns, I've got 6 axes or 6 subplots in the same figure. So one way to do that is to use indexing. So this AX refers to all these 6 subplots that I have, and I can interact with them in this way by using index notation. So there's always the row and the column index. So Python 0 index starts counting at 0. So the top left one, the first one, is going to have an index of 0 in the row and 0 in the column. That's going to be the top left one. I'm assigning that to AX1, my choice. And I'm going to just set a title for that one so we can see which one it actually is. I'm going to say AX1.setTitle. Now, at the end of this section, I actually show you some of the functions actually change their name when you work with the object-oriented interface. Instead of just, remember, it was just plt.title. Some of them change with this set underscore, then the function name. So instead of title, we have set underscore title. So just watch out for that. So if you just use plt.plot and then suddenly use, plt.set underscore title, you're going to run into problems. And if you don't know that there are these two interfaces, it gets a bit confusing. And then for the bottom right one, that's obviously going to be, that's always obviously going to be 2 and 1, because that's the third row, second column. So index would be 2 and 1. And I've just added title to that. And then one just little trick, always use this plt.tight underscore layout function. Because sometimes these plots, depending on the screen size that you have and the coding environment that you're using, they can overlap a little bit. And using this tight underscore layout just gives a bit of breathing room in between your plots. Let me show you. So there we go. As promised, I've got 6 subplots or 6 axes on one big figure. And you can see, indeed, you see the 2 titles. I've added one to the top left and one to the bottom right, because I used these index notation. So this AX was just going to refer to all 6 of them, and I had to reference them each individually to do something with them. So let's just do something with them. So in this instance, what I'm doing here is just to show you, because we have these axes in the same figure, I can take absolute control of where they are, but I just want to show you another way to interact with, it looks nice because I've got one plot inside of the other plot, but the idea here is more to show you another way to work with the object-oriented interface. Here we used the subplots, but here I'm seemingly using the old-fashioned PLT interface. I'm just using plt.figure, and I'm setting a fig size. But this time I'm assigning it to a computer variable, fig_1. And what I'm going to do with fig_1, which by now it's just a normal figure, I'm going to use the add_axes function, a method to that. So fig_1, which is just a normal figure, I'm adding an axis to it. So that's another way to invoke the object-oriented interface. And I'm assigning that to a computer variable so that I can use the set_title function method for that. And what we have here, as far as the add axis is concerned, is a Python list, and I've set the values there: left, bottom, width, and height. So left means start this axis inside of the bigger figure, started at 5% away from the left-hand side, started at 5% up from the bottom, and use 95% of the width and use 95% of the height. So that would be for one. I've still got fig_1 there. I'm adding a new axis, another way to interact with the object-oriented interface. This time I'm saying start 60% over from the left, start 60% over from the bottom, and then use 30% of the width and 30% of the height of the whole figure. And as you can imagine, that's how I got one figure inside of another figure, by using this add axis interface to object-oriented. So it'll be difficult to do it in another way. So this way of interacting, just do a normal plot in the beginning so that you create your figure and then add axes to that, instead of this interface where I just created all 6 of them inside of this AX object, first of all, using subplots. So this would be another way to take control, perhaps if you wanted to do this more one inside of the other. Look, so let's, so we've got that interface. Let's just go back to one more thing that I want to show you, and that's taking control of these spines, because I showed you one way in the box and whisker plot to get rid of all of them, but I can take individual control using the object-oriented interface. So let's create this plot. Fig.ax equals plt.subplots 1,1. So it's one subplot, one axis inside of my figure. And I'm using ax.set_frame_on as false. That's the one I showed you before. And now all the spines are gone. But I can actually take control of the individual spines. So here, again, object-oriented interface, single subplot, ax.spines. I'm saying the top one using index notation, set visible to false, and the right one set visible to false. And now you see the right-hand side and the top one are gone. So again, another use of the object-oriented interface is to take control over the individual axes. Although I showed you before, you can invoke it, the object-oriented, just on a normal plot and just set all of them off as we did exactly there. Next one, look at that. It's getting a bit hectic, you would well say, and that is, one of the things of matplotlib. It can become very hectic. So I'm going to just run this whole thing and we'll break it apart. First of all, I've just got to run that code cell. That'll help. There we go. So I've got two axes on the same figure. That looks very neat. And it's quite small, unfortunately. That's the vagaries of the screen size and zoom. But you can see I've got on the left-hand side my histogram, on the right-hand side, same data, but I've got that visualized as a box and whisker plot. I've got this little extra bit of text here showing, you won't be able to read this, too small, sigma_1, sigma_2. And I've got my legends there, and I've got a little gray background. So all sorts of things going on here. So let's just unpack that. This little text element that I've got going here with a bit of extra information, you can put anything in there. And I'm just going to show you how I did that. Is first of all, I just created a string and I assigned that to this computer variable called text. So, you need not pay too much attention to this little bit. This is Python code, not so much to do. I'll just show you how to do it. And anyway, I've got my first string, and that \n, that means a new character, a new line. So it's the same as hitting the enter key. So I say, do that, use that and join the following two things. So I've got two sets of things. There's the one part and there's the other part, and I want them to be joined by a carriage return. So enter, so that they are on two separate lines. And all I've done there is a little bit of LaTeX code. So I've got sigma_1 for my first standard deviation. And I'm using this placeholder notation in Python, if you haven't seen that before, with a % symbol. And then directly outside of my string, I use the % symbol again, and what I want it to be replaced with, and I'm replacing it by the population standard deviation in this case. And this .2f means it's a floating point value with 2 decimal places. So that's just the long and short of it, and that's how I got sigma_1 equals 10.11, new line sigma_2. So that's just how I got that. But inside of the plot, I've done the following. So the reason for all of this is just to showcase the fact that this is the third way to interact with the object-oriented interface. So instead of just having one AX object and then using index notation to show which row and column it goes into, is I'm just assigning them individually as a tuple. So inside of a tuple there, I have AX1 and AX2. I still have plt.subplots. I want one row and 2 columns, but I'm already assigning them to AX1 and AX2. If I just assign them to a single object AX, for instance, I would have had to use, had to create them separately as we did before. AX1 equals, and then AX, and then my 0, 0, as far as indexing is concerned. So this is another way to go about it. And then everything else is exactly as we've seen before. The only one that I've added there is text for this histogram on the left-hand side. And you can see there it's at position 65 and 200, and that refers exactly to the 60. Well, it's, it shifts it up just a 65, I said, yeah. So it shifted it up to 65 on my x-axis, and at the bottom there is actually 200 as far as the bottom. So you can set exactly where on the screen, where on this axis you actually want that text. So that's the only thing that's actually new. The whole idea behind this, though, was to show you the third way to interact with the object-oriented interface. Now, I think there's one more I wanted to show you, and I'm not going to spend too much time on it because our time is limited, and that is this idea of the grid spec. So this is just another of the modules inside of Matplotlib, and as you can see here with the grid spec, I can take even more control over how I did this. This was 2 rows, 2 columns, but the first row, the 0th row, went across both columns. And in the interest of time, what I'm going to do there is leave you with that code. It's very easy to do, though. Remember, we imported grid spec, so I'm using grid spec dot. There's an actual grid spec function, and I'm saying I want 2 by 2, and I'm assigning that to grid spec. And now I can actually create my axes, but I'm saying fig, which is the figure, the whole thing I created right in the beginning. I'm going to say add a subplot and do that on grid spec. And what I'm doing there, I won't go into too much detail. It's rows, column. I'm saying use the 0th row, that's the first row, but column, the colon is shorthand notation for all. So it's going column 1 and column 2. The second one, I'm using row 1, which is the second row, column 0. And the third one, I'm using row 1, column 1. In other words, row 2, column 2. But by doing this first row over all the columns, that's what happened, that I could get this first plot of mine across both columns. So the object-oriented interface is absolutely the way to go. As you've seen here, there is so many ways to take control over this. And a little reminder, I've set you there, if you use the object-oriented interface, the X label changes to set_X label. So those are the names that change as far as the functions are concerned. Great stuff. I think I've got this last little one just to show you. I just want to show you when you use the object-oriented interface, I think there's only this, there is the set function, ax.set then, and you can put everything inside of the one function. So there I've got my limits, I've got my label, and I've got my title all inside of the set. So I don't have to do them all individually. So you'll see, that come across as well. And the plot turned out just exactly the same as it had before. So just a little, make you aware of the fact that there's also the set function. So we're getting towards the end because I think it's been a long notebook, and I'm getting into something a bit more mathematical and scientific here. And we're going to look at plotting functions and plotting vectors. Now, I'm not talking about plotting, three-dimensional functions, etc. But certainly Matplotlib can do that. I'm more interested in work that is, for me, is sometimes a bit more informative, and that's using contour plots. So I've got my multivariable function here, very simple, x squared plus y squared, 3D parabola that I'm creating there. And I want to show you how to go about that. First of all, when you do this kind of work, you've got to create a grid of points at which point you're going to work out the value of your function. So for each x value and each y value, you're going to have the value for your plot. So you've got to create that grid almost of values, and at each of those points in the grid, you're going to work out a value or a z value, for instance. There. So the way to do that, I'm going to create again just an array of values. It's going to go from -1 to 1. Remember the +1, it's right open, so it won't be enclosed. I want 200 points on that interval, and I'm just assigning that to the computer variable underscore. In Python, that's quite allowed. It's an allowed name. And then I'm going to create this grid. So numpy.meshGrid. And I'm going to pass those 200 values and those 200 values. So those are all going to be intersecting points of x, y values. That's our mesh grid. And I'm going to assign that to two computer variables, x and y, because two objects are returned with the mesh grid function. And then I simply specify in Python my function, f equals x squared plus y squared. And that's the way to go about it, to do these calculations at all these coordinate points. So that's a little recipe. It's always the same. You can certainly follow that recipe. So I now have this computer variable called f, and at all these grid points, it's going to calculate for me the value of x squared, y squared, depending on what the value for x and y are. So now it becomes very simple. I'm going to use the contour f function, so plt.contourf. So we're back into using just the normal figure interface, plt.contourf. I've got to pass this mesh grid values, x and y. Now you can't just create a bunch of x values and a bunch of y values as before. They have got to be a part of a mesh grid. And that's why we use the mesh grid function there. And I'm saying levels equal 60. You'll see shortly what those are. And I'm using a color map, and one of the named color maps are Inferno. You'll see that used quite often. I'm going to introduce a color bar as well, and I'm going to give my color bar just a little title. And I'm going to give my whole plot a title. So let's have a look at what that looks like. And that's a very nice, I think, contour plot. By giving it many levels, 60, it's almost like a continuous color gradation that we see there. If we say, for instance, we move that levels down to 10, you're going to see the 10 different steps as far as that's concerned. But you can clearly see, what we're trying to do is x squared plus y squared as far as that contour plot is concerned. So that's very easy. In the text there, I mentioned Vmin and Vmax as well. Specifically, you're going to run into problems if you have infinities in your calculation. But with Vmin and Vmax, you can absolutely take control over that. I want to show you a neat way to use contour plots, which actually might be slightly more informative and certainly visually more appealing, for me at least. You might not agree. So it's still plt.contour. I'm still passing x and y, the mesh grid values, my function values at each one of those mesh grid values. I'm going to put levels only of 10. My color map this time is going to be plasma, one of the other named ones. But I'm assigning this to a computer variable. I'm going to call it C, because I can say plt.cLabel, the cLabel function. And the first argument has got to be the whole contour plot. That's why I assigned it to a computer variable. I'm giving it a font size and a title, and let me show you what it looks like. It is my contour plot. I can still see the contours, but I can now actually see the values at each of those instead of having to rely on a color bar. I see the actual values of those. This is at the z value would be 0.2 at that contour, 0.4, 0.6, 0.8, all the way along those contours. So that for me is a very nice plots. Let's just move on. We're going to move on to vector fields. Sometimes, depending on the work that you do, plotting vector fields are quite important. Just want to give you a quick show of how to plot a vector. Not something that you're going to plot individual vectors ever, but if you wanted to plot a vector has a starting position, and it has then an x direction and a y direction as far as 2D Cartesian plane is concerned. And the function for that is just the quiver function. This time around, I'm using object-oriented interface. And you can see there, as far as the quiver function is concerned, I have my position 0, 0, and my x direction, 2 across the x, 1 up on the y direction. But the way that you control the magnitude of this, because that 2 and 1 is not to scale. That's not really the magnitude. That's just the ratio of across and up. And the way that you set the actual magnitude is by the scale function. My axes that I'm plotting, I'm just putting limits on the x-axis and the y-axis, and I'm setting my set underscore aspect to equal. because with these, you don't want the axis to be of different intervals as far, or a different aspect ratio other than 1:1 when it comes to these vectors. And you can see that the vector, now what I want you to play with this is the scale value, and you'll see the magnitude of that vector scale, but it will also always be 2 across and 1 up. So that's just how to get a vector, but let's make it a little bit more useful. I'm just introducing a function here for a vector field. I'm showing you the notations there. So I'm using 2 unit vectors there, I hat and j hat, and we see it's x/5 in the 1 unit vector direction minus y/5 in the other unit direction. So that's the way to, some notation there for you. I'm still going to use a mesh grid, still going to create all these points, still going to create a mesh grid, but this is now a vector valued function. So I'm creating 2 sets of values. My value in the one direction is x/5 as far as this mesh grid is concerned, and in the other direction is minus y/5. So for this vector valued function, and if I now use quiver to show you what it looks like. So I'm still using object-oriented notation. For my quiver function, I'm passing the x and y values as far as my mesh grid is concerned, and then my vector valued functions for both directions. So at each one of these values, I'll have an x and a y, obviously an x and a y value, and that gives me this nice vector field. And just to show you, I've also introduced ax.text there because I've put a little text here at the bottom, and I've just put in using LaTeX, just put in my function there for my vector field. So let's just, a vector field or gradient field, let's just do it in a slightly different way and, use gradient field. So now I've got a function, multivariable function, x squared minus y squared, taking the gradient of that. So that's a vector valued function, which is how we ended up there. You will know what I'm talking about. I'm just taking the partial derivative of my function with respect to the one variable x and then with the other, the different notations there. And what I want to show off in the last few minutes that I'm squeezing into your lunchtime, apologies for that, it's just another of the packages that I love so well. We imported it right at the beginning, and that's symbolic Python. So I'm going to assign my variables x and y. Remember, for now, I used that for some random variables that I created before. This time around, I'm going to change them to mathematical symbols. So I'm using sympy.symbols, x and y. So if I now type in, let's create a new cell there. And if I type x, we can see it's an actual mathematical symbol x now. So I'm going to overwrite my computer variable f with x squared minus y squared and print that to the screen. And now it's a computer algebra system. I have x squared minus y squared. And that allows me to use sympy and do the partial derivatives. So you can well imagine you have a bit of a more complicated function than just x squared minus y squared. But anyway, f.diff, so it's the diff method for my object f. And I'm taking the first derivative with respect to x. And of course, it is very simple. That's going to be 2x. And my partial derivative with respect to y is going to be minus 2y. But anyway, I can now pass a value, substitute a value for x, substitute a value for y to see at a point, what is, so at a point 2, 2, for instance, I can say f.diff x dot subs x with 2 and subs y with 2. Now, the derivative with respect to x is not going to have a y in it anyway. But anyway, we can see the value is going to be 4 and the value is going to be negative 4. No problem there. So at that point, we see the gradient is going to be 4 minus 4, in case you wanted to see how that works, but I'm sure you would. I'm going to create my mesh grid as before, and I now have my 2 vector valued functions here for u and v. So it's 2 times x minus 2 times y. That's my 2 functions for the 2 partial derivatives. And once I have that, I can create this this nice gradient field. So again, it was very simple, going to be ax.quiver. I have my x and y grid. I have my 2 directions for the value for my vector at each one of my mesh grid points. But this time around, I also have a quiver key. That's the key that I've put in here. And if I pass a value here to the quiver key, it'll give you some idea of the magnitude of each of these vectors. And I can even give a little title to it there, as you can see there. And I'm putting the label position. E means it's putting them at the top right-hand side there. Great, so that's that. I want to show you one more go at it. That was numerical Python, and I did the partial derivatives by hand, but you can also just use NumPy, and it's going to do the differentiation for you. So I've got my function x squared minus y squared from the mesh grid, remember. And now I'm just going to use the NumPy.gradient function. So don't have to do any of this by hand. my function is x squared minus y squared. I'm going to assign that to v comma u. Now, the only gotcha here is it does it in the opposite direction. So it's the partial derivative with respect to the second variable first, and then the partial derivative with respect to the first variable second. So this numpy.gradient function returns those two partial derivatives for you the other way around. So that's just something that you have to watch out for. And in the end, I'm going to get exactly the same gradient field that I'm going to get back. One more plot. I'm rushing through these, and all I'm doing here, as you can see, I've got my quiver plot and my gradient plot all in one. And as we would expect from this contour plot and my vector plot here, we'll see, that all my vectors are running perpendicular across all of my my contours there, which is what we would expect. Everything is running in the right direction. It looks absolutely fantastic. And if these are the kind of plots that you have to generate, it's absolutely possible, and you can take absolute control over it in Matplotlib, and certainly the plotting library as far as Python is concerned that I will use for these plots. Second last thing is just to show you different ways. So these are stream plots, exactly the same thing that I'm trying to visualize here, and you can have a look at the code. There's a basic one just to show you that I can use color as far as to indicate the magnitude, and I can use thickness of these streams to indicate that as well. It's all working off of just simple Pythagorean theorem to get the magnitude at each one of those points. And I'm just using stream plot. There's the basic one. There's the one using color as far as the magnitude is concerned. And there's the one using line width as far as the magnitude of those vectors for these fields are concerned for these stream plots. The very last thing, just to save your plot, if you're working on your own system, remember we imported OS that was to package to use our own folder structure on our computer. So os.get cwd, so that's get current working directory. That shows me the directory on my hard drive, on my internal drive, in which this notebook is saved, so that you know where it is saved. Of course, it's going to save it in a different spot when you're using your Google Colab and your Google Docs. But we've saved all of this as a figure up here, fig, axes. So I used that interface. That created a fig object, and I can just say fig.savefig. I've already got a folder inside of this Matplotlib subfolder called images. So I'm just going to say images/streamplots.png. So I'm just going to save it as a PNG file. Otherwise, you can use the address on your internal drives exactly where you want to save that. You can save it as SVG, you can save it as PNG, you can save it as JPEG, and your files will be available to you there. A little note that I've left for you right at the bottom, that's an online textbook by Jake van der Plas. Now, Jake is a legend in the Python community. I think he's joined, he's the developer of Altair. He's taken that with him working for Google now. But he's got a handbook. It's not so new anymore, but it's you can buy it, but you can also get a free version online. That's the link that I've got for you there. And one of the chapters is on Matplotlib, and there's many more examples in that chapter. He really does a good job of explaining. And so that would be sort of one of the first places I would go if I was learning to use Matplotlib. So I'm going to end it there. Hopefully, it didn't run too much over time. So hopefully this is a good place for you to kickstart your use of Matplotlib. I think what I wanted to do here is give you a good structure of how to interact with Matplotlib, so that you do start looking up into how to use it, and you see some examples, you know how they were put together. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Juan. Dr. Gamdan, I'm not so sure if you're in.
Yes, I am in.
Yeah, you can come in, or?
I think it's lunchtime. I think everyone's as hungry to go grab something to eat.
Okay, maybe before we go, let me just quiz maybe one question from the audience. I'm sure they've got some questions to ask. Let me just check my chat.
See there, thank you very much. It was actually my pleasure to do, and thank you very much for inviting me. I'm certainly going to stick around because, as I said before, it's so wonderful to learn something brand new that you've never seen before, and you can dedicate the next couple of weeks of your life to, to pursuing that. And that's what I love about this, going across faculties and doing work outside of your normal day job.
Oh, sure. But one before you go, I understand one is done so many videos on tutorials that can assist us. Maybe let me just give you 2 minutes to talk about your YouTube videos, where we can find them for the benefit of people who want to go through.
Yeah, I'll share my screen again.
Yeah.
Let's go share desktop number 1. Share. So let's just go here. You can see I looked some stuff up from the previous speakers already. I'm very interested to go look at, at that.
Yeah, sure.
But anyway, so let's just go to YouTube. And there's my YouTube channel. So if you just go, YouTube always works with this little C. It's a little bit small on the screen there. So it's youtube.com/C and then /Dr. Jean Klopper. So DRJUANKLOPPER. But we can certainly put a link somewhere there. Yeah, so there's more than I see my subscriber count is at least over 10,000 now. So that's I suppose a little bit of a milestone. But anyway, for an academic, maybe that's not too bad. But certainly there's no videos of cats and dogs and beaches on here. So it's all lectures. So 10,500, not too bad. But anyway, there's lots of videos on there. That one has to change. I see there my title changed there, in the name of the title is wrong. Anyway, I just caught my eye there. So this is where you can find there's 1,500 lectures on there. Most of them, many of them are on mathematics. Abstract algebra is one of my favorite subjects. Certainly there's lots of multivariable calculus and linear algebra. Multivariable calculus, linear algebra, definitely the cornerstone of a lot of data science and machine learning. So I think it's very important to have a good grounding in linear algebra and multivariable calculus, at least when you want to use machine learning and data science. And then there's just absolutely a bunch of data science lectures on there, specifically TensorFlow, but also on MXNet and the Wolfram language. MXNet is used in the Wolfram language, and that's a very easy way if you're getting into machine learning and you don't want to start off with something as difficult as TensorFlow, very easy on-ramp there. And then there's also a lot of lectures just on R as well.
Okay.
So that's it.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Juan. Those who are in the session, I'm sure I can see how rich Dr. Klopper's profile is. So please, let's go through the YouTube channel and don't forget to like them. I'm sure
I can grow a few more subscribers. Thank you.
that will be a good compliment to him. Exactly. Okay, so we've gone past the time that we had allocated, but it's worthwhile. So it's lunchtime. We'll be back 1:30. We're going to have another workshop again on statistical thinking and data science.
Thank you.
So let's hang around. See you at 1:30.
Thank you, Dr. Klopper, again, and it has been a pleasure following through this workshop session. Very rich indeed. Thank you very much.
Faculty of Computing and Informatics is the academic leader in Namibia, providing the technological knowledge, skills, and know-how in society's digital transformation. It advances computing through excellent education, research, and community service. The faculty primarily offers undergraduate and postgraduate programs in computer science and informatics and produces innovative leaders. The degrees offered in the faculty enable graduates to become, for instance, software and mobile developers, systems administrators, database administrators, systems analysts, information security officers, digital forensics and cybersecurity professionals, and web developers. The faculty also caters to the fast-paced technological demand through the international affiliation and industry partnership programs. Examples include the Cisco Networking Academy, an Oracle Academy, and the SAP University Alliance membership. The faculty also established the 3 Local Association of Computing Machinery, ACM, chapters. International partners provide student and faculty exchange opportunities as well as research collaboration. Visit our website, call us, visit us. We look forward to welcoming you to our faculty.